My report is pretty short. It's nothing like Chairman Herman's report that takes a couple of days sometimes to do his, but the seasons have changed, so the requests kind of changed with the seasons back there. No more requests for wood. We seldom get a request for propane now. The weather's warmed up some. We've got a rash of calls for electrical assistance. I don't know what, I guess they didn't qualify over at LEAP, so then those people came over here. So we had a lot of requests for assistance with light bills, things like that. Scott was gone the day First Interstate people came, the bank people came, and they left off a packet of information. I give that to Scott and Wayne for dealing with that, but they, I guess they financed a really nice tribal building at Siston, and also one in North Dakota. Here for Rosebud, they're looking at something around $27 million for a tribal building, and not locked in stone or anything like that, but kind of what they had in mind. But they asked if, well, I was telling them that years ago we had some plans for a tribal building. There's a couple of different sets of plans around here somewhere. And I'm looking through my stuff at the house. I might have them at home, but boy, that's a mess in there where I got all of that stuff at the house. So we're trying to find that, and if we do, we'll send it to them. And they'll be coming back for another visit to meet with either budget committee or the council. We'll be back. We had a really large amount of calls for sewer problems. A lot of upset people because Shorty doesn't have a crew to get out there right now. He's trying to get people together to work. He's had a lot of people come through, but they don't stay. So I don't know if
he's short on plumbers. That's what he's short on.
Yep. So he had a meeting with Scott. I don't know what came of the meeting, but they're trying to figure out a way to get some more workers up there. They just don't stay. I guess it kind of says something for our workforce. Council, do you remember last fall we talked about there was a discussion on perhaps moving the Veterans Memorial thing back there? I kind of picked up on that again. I got a meeting with the Vets Committee. I thought I would start there and work our way forward. Try to keep you guys informed as we move along there.
Chairman?
Yes, ma'am?
Is that the one where I made several motions on that to move that? Excuse me. Good morning, Council Administration. Is that the one where I made a few motions in transportation and on a council floor, moving that wall one that's sitting at the fairgrounds?
Yeah.
Is that the one that you're talking about? Mm-hmm. Has anybody contacted Rich Lauber on creating the base for it?
We haven't got that far yet.
Okay.
But I'm working on it.
All right. Well, thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
At least somebody's doing something.
Yeah. And then we talked a couple months ago about surplus property. You remember that they used to send out a booklet that you could go through, but now you got to go to a website. So I got the website information from ambulance people. We'll look through there and see if there's any surplus equipment we can use. I know we've got a lot of new stuff with ARPA money, but equipment don't last very long. You're constantly turning it over, replacing it. So if we can access that surplus stuff, we will do that. That's about all I have, Council. Pretty brief. Steve?
Good morning, Council and Administration. Also, the resolutions, I guess there's 2 resolutions regarding if you remember, the 4 front-end loaders for some of the outlying communities and the skidsters for the remainder. We were told in meeting that these 2 resolutions contradict each other. If we can get copies of them and take a look at them and see how they actually contradict each other, because I think it might be holding up the purchase and the distribution of this equipment. So if we can take care of that and handle it today, then I think we'll
Maybe when we
be able to
come
clear
to
that
the
problem.
end, Steve, remind me, would you?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions on my report? Okay. We'll move along. Maybe a motion to accept my report. Bill Marshall, second.
Share.
Question by Share. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Keith just reminded me we need to excuse 4 people. We have Vanessa, Dwight, Martha, and Stan. And Russell won't be with us today, so. Steve, you move to excuse those people.
Who all did you say again?
Morning. Vanessa, Dwight, Martha, Stan, and Russell.
Can you add Lisa to that?
Sure.
And, Mr. Yes, he would be gone today too.
Stan?
Stan.
I said Stan.
That's understand.
Oh, and then Tennille's on travel. Like, Rapid, huh?
Janelle and Wayne? Aren't they
Is Wayne there too?
No, last week, yeah.
Is there anyone else we need to add to this list?
President Herman?
Is Eileen on travel or?
I haven't heard from Eileen. She should be here.
I'll move to approve.
Okay.
We have a motion, second, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
All right, so we can, I guess, Jordan, should we bring up the community resolutions that were tabled?
Yeah.
We need to bring those back. Okay.
You guys still have the copies that were given out last week? I don't. Oh, where's my?
Where are they?
Floor next door.
At the house? Sherry, you got your hands up.
Okay. I just, after she gets the floor, I just wanted to be acknowledged for the floor.
Why don't you get the floor while she's waiting for the.
They just made a bunch of copies in the Secretary's office. But we're gonna bring some more copies in for them.
Okay.
Natasha?
Yes.
I'll take the floor while we're waiting for her. I just wanted to, make sure that we resume where we left off in the agenda after we finish with answers.
Okay. Remind me.
Okay, I think we left off at judiciary. Is that where we left off at the last meeting? Judiciary?
Can I just start reading this and tell me?
Was the corrections made to that?
There was no corrections that needed to be made.
I thought you guys were combining it in one.
Oh, no, there was,
Yeah.
why don't,
Before you read them out separate. So whenever we bid them out, it'd be nice just to have a separate resolution from council for each lot. The confusion was with, SGU plans, but we had a meeting with them last Friday and it doesn't, there's not even nothing that we're doing that contradicts what they already have. That's what was the confusion was on the floor that day.
Chairman, can we have TLE here, please? They're the ones that are opposing these guys. Can we have TLE come over?
Well, we talked before and you said that it was fine, remember?
Yeah.
After, and then we just moved forward because Wayne suggested we have that meeting with SGU last Friday, which happened, and there was nothing, no action that was
So we
taken.
should
They have
be
this,
good to go.
yeah, because he was here that day and it doesn't,
No, Chairman, I'm kind of nervous. I mean, I guess to begin with, there was opposition from TLE by not giving maps, not, giving them the information that they needed. And then when we brought it to the floor, then there was question on SGU and the land. And I know that they're saying that everything's all okay, but for me, I would like to know that for a fact from TLE, have them come over here and just affirm that there is no problem with this lease and that it can go forward, because if we pass it, I don't want to come back and have to redo something that we already did.
I guess I just don't understand why it's an issue now when it hasn't been an issue in the past. I mean, these resolutions date back to the 1990s, 1977, and now we have a problem with it.
I don't have a problem with it, Chairman. It's just that, like I said, TLE's the one that has had an opposition against ANLO getting records and getting land descriptions and all of that. TLE stood here and couldn't even give ANLO a description and say, well, SGU is not a part of it. SGU is not in there, when we had somebody from SGU board saying that that SGU was part of that land. So that's the only thing that I'm worried about. I mean, I'm not trying to stop this. I believe that ANLOP is doing the proper thing that they need to do. I just want reaffirming from TLE.
Can we get over, is Cleve over there, do we know? I know he misses a lot of work with that leg. I guess that makes everybody more comfortable with having him come over.
The thing that we're running into, the only thing that we're running into with SGU right now is their lease is up. So their buffalo that is on our land right now is technically not authorized to be on the land. But what they're trying to do is come to Antelope Community and ask us to extend the lease by a year, which we can't do without a community motion. But right now, the community wants these to be passed so we can bid them out.
Then you can do that.
Yeah. But what they're trying to do is to go into a negotiation with us to extend the lease by a year, but we can't do that without community approval.
We'll have Cleve come over if she's. Keith would give him a call.
Well, do you want to take a 5-minute break, or do you want me to start reading these?
You can take 5. Cleve, come over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Antelope community
Right.
for a land lease, and then question came up whether SGU had any interest in those tracts of land, so we asked that you come over and clear that up for us.
Okay, we were, TLE was approached, well, some background information, I guess. TLE was approached by St. Francis community to do a map of the community land so they could advertise and lease it out. So we found with the help of the community chair, we found the resolutions that gave St. Francis the community land. And so on those resolutions were legal descriptions, so we mapped it out for them. And then once we mapped it out and developed the map, we gave that to St. Francis community. Antelope community asked us to do the same thing, just to map their community lands. So in our research, the staff researched it with the help of the secretary's office. We could, there were past resolutions that gave it to Antelope, but at that time, those resolutions, there was no legal descriptions attached to these resolutions. So we need exact legal descriptions, of course, to map it. And so when Melinda came to us and wanted this map, we couldn't map it for them because there was no legal descriptions that were done in the past. So it's my understanding these resolutions will have legal descriptions attached to it so we can map it. Now TLE doesn't control any of these lands, neither does Solo. These were lands that were either given to Antelope community or given to SGU. I don't know the background on that, but there has never been any TLE lease attached with any of them. So we don't have control of it. We just ask Antelope community to give us legal descriptions so we can map it and help them lease their land out. So as far as SGU having it, Antelope community having it, I don't know. Only you guys can answer that. You guys meaning Tribal Council. But as far as TLE, we were asked to map it, and it's not TLE controlled lands. That answer some of the questions?
Pam?
So, who do these leases go through?
The community.
So, if they go through the community and they're not being regulated by TLE or Solo, why is it that they have to ask for lease payment for these lands if it's under their control?
In the past, community chairperson in writing has asked us to do these compliance checks on the land. So we have done that. We did a compliance report and we gave that to the community chair. What the chair did with it, if he submitted that to the community, I don't know, but that's for, they asked TLE to do technical assistance and help do that, and we've done that. And we do that for any organization within the tribe that asks us. So as far as the lease payments, that's between the leaser and the community. It doesn't go through the BIA, it doesn't go to TLE because Antelope controls those lands. Now, if Antelope is going to do something out there, say they were going to disturb the ground, dig a big project, I mean, they'll have to follow the tribal laws just like any organization would. But yeah, any lease on these lands is between the leaser and the community.
So, Cleve, if they sit down with then that's just an agreement between them two bodies, right?
Exactly.
Nobody else needs to be involved.
Right. Yep. And it has been like that, I guess, for the last few years. And the only reason for this is because we need to get, once and for all, legal descriptions on the land that handle manages.
Okay, so I guess, I'm gonna ask a legal question of our attorney. How does a community get to have oversight of their community lands as far as not having to deal with TLE or solo to regulate it? How is it that they have all that authority more than what the tribe has?
They don't have any more authority than the tribe has. The tribe has to sign that and delegate that authority to the community. But good morning, council. This whole thing is, if there was a lease, there should be written terms of the lease, not just a resolution. And that lease term would lay out, or the lease provisions would lay out the term, how long the lease is, what area it covers, what the payments are. See, none of that is in writing that I know of.
It is,
Oh, it
but
is.
this is just to get the land description. The lease isn't even in question. That's between the AMLOC and SGU.
Right.
But that lease is up, that agreement is up from the terms that was set forth. But in order for us to bid the land, which is why we need this to be passed.
So the lease, the authority to enter that lease would have been delegated or authorized by council by resolution.
Through these resolutions, by giving the land, or giving management of the land to the community. So St. Francis community is the same. They manage their own lands, they lease it out themselves. Other communities elect to just get the income off the land. And all that originated from a tribal council resolution. Then it goes to the board approves it. That's TLE land. But this is land that St. Francis and Antelope land that was given to the communities years ago. How that happened, I'm not sure.
Is that something that is done? I mean, can you do that?
It's in the Constitution, and council can designate its authority to communities to manage land. It's no different than any other delegated authority.
To take it out from TLE with, okay, so TLE is designated to manage tribal land, correct?
Well, they are designated to manage the land that the tribe assigns to TLE to manage. Because TLE doesn't manage all tribal land, solo manage tribal land too.
Well, I mean, I'm getting to
So it's a
that,
council decision how you get to, what tracts of land are assigned to who to manage.
so, okay, so if there is an assignment that's in place that council passed for AMLOC community, if that's already in place, why is it that AMLOC has to come here and request those, these resolutions? How come they have to continue to say 5 years, 50 years, 100 years, whatever, if it's already assigned to them by the tribal council?
You have to look at the terms of the assignment in the resolution. I haven't gone through all those resolutions. I don't know what the terms are for that assignment.
Well,
I could answer some of that. TLE manages tribal lands that the tribe has certificates on. And that's how tribal council takes part in TLE is their certificates. Now these TLE don't have certificates on any of this land, so we don't manage it. But I was asked before I got up here, like this one says period of 50 years. That could be stricken from there and be okay, but, and that could be later on, how do you call it?
Amended.
Amended, yeah. reconsidered and amended. And that wouldn't change the base of the resolution itself. Here, Antelope is just asking the tribe to basically reaffirm all the past resolutions and put legal descriptions to it. That's on here. Or if that,
Yeah, you're still standing.
yeah. So, I guess I'm really confused as far as if in the past, the tribal council gave the authority to Antelope community to utilize the lands within their boundaries to how they want. So if they want to lease it to Joe Blow over here, they're allowed to do that. So my question that I asked was, if that was given, why are we doing these resolutions to do that?
in the past, tribal council has given them that authority. But those resolutions don't have legal descriptions attached.
So all we're doing is amending those resolutions to put in land description, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so
Nothing changes really.
so that's all we're doing is like, like this one, for instance, 9099. That one has a land description inside of it.
But this one, the problem with it is the 5 year.
Yeah, they're asking for 99,
Oh,
50 years, right?
But please, am I correct? You can go up to 99 years on these.
On at least, or you cannot have anything at all and still pass this, because if in the future, the tribe wants to amend it, they could come back and do that. The Antelope community will have control of these lands until the resolution is either rescinded or amended.
Okay, so here's my next question. So you have 9155, 9099, and then it jumps to 0377. Okay, so these all said 5 years, but yet was TLE still making lease payments to Antelope after the 5-year period that's listed inside of these?
TLA is not involved at all. It's between Antelope and the leaser.
Okay.
Can I add something? So
Yeah.
Antelope has always leased these lands to, they have always get them out. This is the only year that we're having to come here and get approval. Because of they're saying that 5-year mark in these resolutions.
Who's they?
TLE, they won't give us a map, am I correct? Because of that, either the land description needs to be a legal land description or that 5 years.
Well, it's not even 5 years, it's the legal description. Because the Antelope community has control of these lands already by resolution in the past. So they're wanting a map, and the only way we can do a map, we're just providing technical assistance. The only way we can do a map is if we have legal description. So it's my understanding, as a community chair, Melinda's bringing these forward, to have legal descriptions attached to these tracts of land, so we could do a map for them.
I guess, sorry, Chairman. On 9099, the fourth whereas gives, whereas there are 626 acres of hay and cropland, T 9142 described, and then it gives description. I don't understand where you say that there's no land description in these, because even when you go to 9155, there's also on fourth whereas a land description on there. And then when you go to, the only one that really doesn't have detailed mapping is 0377. So that's why I'm really confused as far as why TLE did not want to even give them a map of what they're requesting.
Well, 377 still has it too. It says Unit 55.
They all have the.
Every one of them has a legal description
Yeah.
on it, so I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah,
Just a comment?
Go ahead, Melinda.
Well, I guess when this first was initiated, We had our vice president go to CLE and request to get the maps for this, because there is bad descriptions in there. The leasing manager, the newly hired leasing manager had told my vice president at the time that we need to redo these resolutions, get them up to date before they issue any maps to us. So we've been jumping through hoops. We got our resolutions to provide our documentation. We just need the maps. And what TLE right now is trying to do is consolidate it in one big map, but we don't lease it in one big section. We have 3 different sections, and there's even another section that I don't even have a resolution for my playground. I'm still looking for. So that's all we're requesting. That's kind of the history of how this initiated. That's why we're just trying to get these passed so we can get our maps and get our bids out. That's just our biggest issue right now. But there is that description in there, they've been in there. So I don't know what the holdup is as far as that.
That's kind of where I'm at, Chairman. You know, I don't know, community followed whatever process there was. I just don't understand why TLE didn't want to give them mapping when there is descriptions in these resolutions, 9099 and 9155 and 0377. So I guess that kind of was my thing.
I didn't see these resolutions before they came over here, but it's my understanding that Antelope community just wanted to validate, verify that they have control of these lands. Yeah, they do, these 2 do have legal descriptions, and we could use those. It's this other one, it says, this last one, South 1/2 track listing, all sections of 1 through 4, minus the acreage set aside for the White Horse housing and Antelope community. All the sections of 9 through 12, minus the acreage set aside for the Antelope community farmland, both inclusive of 1,605 acres. See, those aren't legal descriptions. Those are general directions, I guess. And these other ones, yeah, we could do maps for those because it has a legal description, but this last one we couldn't.
What makes that one so hard? Isn't there a description in a file somewhere?
That we don't know. They're not in our files. And we looked through what the secretary has, and we couldn't find it there either. Legal descriptions. But this, from my understanding, this resolution, it says, see attached BIA plat map for corresponding acreages. And with that plat map, we'll be able to do legal descriptions.
That's what I was thinking. Why is that so hard to do? Is that difficult to do that?
The plat map hasn't been approved by the council. On the back part is the old resolution, and the new resolution says use the attached plat map. So
I would think you could look at that plat map and type in the description. I don't see why that's so hard to do.
but this would affirm it. This would affirm it with the tribal council. We didn't want to give Antelope anything in the map form, and it'd be wrong. And then we would be wrong, and money could be lost or whatever, as far as these.
Sure.
Thank you. So, I guess I'm really frustrated with this because if I'm gonna get a home site, I go to TLE or BIA. Or solo, yeah, well, BIA for the land description. I don't come to council with a resolution to get my home site and then go back and get a map to validate it. That's one of the first steps in the 16-step process to get a home site. So this is one of the first steps. Give them a map. And if you guys can't, then send them to BIA for BIA to give them a map so they can get it approved.
These ones are the old ones, but they won't give us a new one, which is why we're just trying to be technical.
No,
Because they
I get that.
We all understand that, it's just,
Well, then why can't we approve it and then address the things that happens outside of your then? I mean, we're getting into, I just have these resolutions and I'm trying to get them passed, but yeah, we're bringing all these
No, we
other
understand that, Jordan, we understand that, but we're frustrated because this shouldn't be happening for one. And you guys shouldn't have hand-drawn maps. You should have real maps. This shouldn't be an issue, and the only thing that we're going to be addressing today is the terms of the lease. So, maybe, I don't know if the council wants to, I know that you expressed that Antelope Fair is kind of riding on the line of these, being passed, right?
Yep.
So, why don't we pass it can we pass it for a year and bring it back with the appropriate maps and all of that?
Our lease don't go for years. We do 4-year lease with
4-year
SGU, then we used to lease the SGU, but it expired then, so
Okay.
we're trying to bid it out competitively, so. And that's why we're getting a runaround, because SGU is stopping us because they want to bid on an acreage in which the community made the decision to bid it out competitively. So now we're getting
Keep the same
roadblocks.
number, but stay there.
So, yeah, it was keep this number. I guess I feel like we should just pass this today and kind of move on and not get them out.
I guess in regards to all of this, my biggest thing that I don't think anybody's understanding is supposedly council gave this land to Antelope community already. It sits with Antelope. So what I want to know is why are we having to reaffirm it if you're going to keep going back, reverting to the land was given to Antelope already? Why are we sitting here doing this if council had already assigned Antelope lands to Antelope? That's my thing. I don't understand that. That's why I'm wondering why we're doing this all over again if there's a resolution in place that gives all that land to Antelope and allows them to do as they please. And you're saying that you said the only time that you guys will get involved as TLE or solo would get involved is if they're gonna do some major ground digging, putting up something big over there. So that's why I am really confused as to what exactly and why are we doing these resolutions when there's a prior resolution that gave the land to Antelope anyway to do what they want with it.
And Ray.
Sharon, then Ray.
Don, Darrell. Sharon, Ray, Don.
I guess the reason I see this is standing in front of us is because there's a term of 5 years. So I just wanted to make that.
Ray.
That's why.
Right, that was my comment as well. Why it's in front of us is because it has 5 years on it and they're asking to amend it to 50.
Now, you're next with Indira.
Good morning, council. I don't see why we can't change it to 50, which it does say on the top anyway, and let's ratify them and move on.
I second that. Make a motion, shoot, let's get it going.
Motion to approve 2023-181.
Second.
Question.
We have a motion, a second, and a question for approval. All in favor? Raise your hand,
1,
please.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Yeah, eligible for.
902.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Okay.
What's the number, Jordan?
It's a community resolution, so I need a council number.
196.
196.
It's 2023-05.
Okay.
Second.
And this has to be emergency?
Yeah, because it's a community.
Okay.
Question.
I'll start at the third whereas Emerald Community is seeking ways to develop economically, and whereas.
Wait, hold on, Jordan, you asked for emergency legislation, so we need a vote first.
Yeah. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion to approve it now.
2023-196.
Chairman, I'll question with the motion to waive the reading.
Your what?
On a question with the waive the reading of the resolution.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Done.
Donna?
She's waiting to read it, so I read
Yeah, we got it.
All in favor?
1 vote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Second by Ray, question? And? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
197, right?
Yeah.
Motion to approve 2023-197.
Second? Mike up.
Question with the waived reading.
That's the way we read it.
Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Is that it?
Yep.
We did it?
We did it.
We did it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we can get on with it. Thank you. Leases. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you will be happy. Thank you.
Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Kendall.
You're welcome.
You too. See you soon.
We'll see you soon.
Are you giving it to me?
Chairman, before TLE director leaves, I had a question of leases, home site leases. I guess I wanted to know what year did they change from a 25-year home site lease to a 1-year lease for home sites?
Please?
Well, changed from 25 to 1 year. Currently leases, home site leases at TLE are 25 with an option, automatic renewal for another 25. That's, I don't know about 1 year home site.
Because we have a lot of people, and I don't know if any of you guys have gotten any calls on home site leases, but let me find, I screenshotted one because I got asked about it, which is the lease was done at 1 year, 1 year at a time, totaling the past due amount. And that's what I was wanting to know was, I thought they only pay for every 25 years, but I can't find it right now, but the how do you say, the invoice, I guess, had it marked for every year, every single year. So like we have an elder that their home site lease is all of a sudden $600 and some.
Right.
And it needs to be paid by July, I don't know what date you guys gave, July 27th or something. I wish I could find that picture.
Here for each home site.
So then, you know, the question arised on when did that change, and, you know, a lot of our elders never even knew that had changed, so they're asking the question of what's gonna happen to me if this is where my house sits and I can't pay this.
Okay, let's see what you're saying now. We've been invoicing past all the home sites. So if you owe for 1 year or 25 years, and we have some invoices that are like $4,000. And on the invoice itself, it shows 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, or whatever the situation may be. We invoice every year, and they haven't paid. It could lead to the cancellation of that home site lease, and that, that's a whole different another ballgame. But that individual can call us or come into the office and set up payment plans. As long as we have a payment plan with a past due home site leaser, they're okay. It's the ones that don't come in and make any arrangements. And there's no set. Somebody could pay either $50 a month, $10 every month. It's just coming to some agreement with them.
But that goes back to the question of, I asked you, are these homes, when did home site leases change from 25 years to 1 year? Why are they getting billed every year for it when if I came in and signed my lease for 25 years, I paid that for my 25 years. I shouldn't even be bothered for 25 years, and then when 25 years hit, I should then pay for my next 25 years. But for some reason, these guys are getting billed every single year. That's what I'm getting at.
No, the home site agreements have always been an annual payment.
Yeah.
If they go back and look at their contract, it says an annual payment of $25. So nothing has changed. It has always been like that. Even back when I was superintendent, that's the way it's been.
Okay, so maybe that's something, see, I didn't know that, me, myself, I didn't know that. And that's just me, when you get your papers from BIA, you don't sit there and skim through every single word because you're hoping that the Bureau is doing their due diligence and saying, okay, tribe's not doing this individual wrong, so I'm gonna sign off. And then they send it to you for you to sign off. You're just assuming that. So maybe that's something that should have been explained to a lot of our elder people now, because it's mainly elder people that are receiving these high amounts and they're wondering, so what happens to them if they don't contact you? What happens to them if they don't pay this? How are you going to evict them, move their home out from there? Is that going to be your responsibility as TLE?
Well, before we even get to that phase, before we even can evict a person's home or home site or whatever, we'll make contact with that person. And like I said, if they're willing to do a payment plan with us, that'll stop the eviction process. So, but the contracts have always read $25 per year. It's not over the whole 25-year period. And it's our responsibility to collect that income for the TLE shareholders also. As you say in Bureau, trust and responsibility that we have, but the contracts have always said 25 per year. And if they didn't read that, I don't know, but they can contact us and make a payment plan.
So getting back to it, are you going to have your lease department go out to all these people that you sent letters to for these past due amounts and work with them on it? Because we do have some elders who don't have transportation. We do have some elders that still only speak the language and don't really want to move forward with how we're doing things nowadays. I don't know how to really word that, but,
Yeah.
so, are you guys gonna make any attempt to go out and see them and let them know? And let them know that they can make a payment plan with you. Because not everybody gets, you know, over $1,000 a month and decides, well, I'm gonna pay this past due and forget my lights and forget my cell phone, all that. They don't understand that because the way these letters are worded, they're, this letter is in reference to your home site lease number, blah, blah, blah. As of this date, you have an outstanding balance on the lease in the amount of blah, blah, blah. RST ordinance number 8805 as amended 7/10/2003, section 2, acreage limitations and rental consideration. Part A, sub part 1, subsection E, G. Non-payment of rental consideration shall be cause for cancellation. A final notice in writing after 30 days delinquency shall be given from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. If you wish to continue with your lease, please make payment in full or make payment arrangements by July 7th, 2023 to avoid cancellation procedures. Should you have any concerns or need further information, please feel free to contact Adelita Brew, Acting Executive Director at 747-2371. So, like I said, you're gonna have a lot of elders who don't understand. They're just seeing that whole cancel part. And they don't understand that they have an option to contact you guys, but I think that you guys should make some effort, being you're sending out a threatening letter to them, that you guys should make some effort too and go out and see them. Then you guys need to get your compliance officers out there on all these home site leases that don't have permanent dwelling on them.
We're, you know, on that subject, we are doing that. Economic Development Committee asked us to provide a report to them on how many homestead leases are vacant or abandoned, and we're developing that, if that's what we're talking about. But the Economic Development Committee had already asked for that. We're doing that.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Clay, for being here. And there's a lot of money we're missing out on too, as far as the home site lease money for leases that aren't being paid. And as a tribe, we really need to start thinking about how governments make money, and it's taxes and assets. We're not making money off of that. We're here always constantly trying to start businesses, which encroaches on the rights of our membership to be able to start businesses. And it's just this huge battle to try to save our economy here locally and recover from it being broken. So I really think we do need to start thinking about our resources and how we're going to create revenue for the tribe so we can continue helping the people. But with that, I wanted to say, ask if we could get back to our regular agenda and excuse leave.
Yeah. We'd like to keep him over there all day.
I'm in a different role now, so I don't sit here all day. But as far as the questions, Pam, when it gets to the point that we're gonna evict somebody, we're gonna make contact with them. We don't wanna evict, somebody from the home they've been living in for 35 years. Well, we will contact them, but the onus is on the homestead owner to contact us. And if they have a cell phone, then they can call us. And we'll make arrangements. Like I said, it won't be, we don't want to, take the whole check. We just need them to make arrangements with us and keep that agreement. That's all, Mr. President.
I got a question.
Please, yeah.
No, it's always an issue that's said on TLE before. The question I have is similar to what Pam was talking about. Housing, is it also a 25-year lease payment to own the house? along with the 25-year lease, the TLE land is supposed to be the same as housing. Okay. When you're finished paying the house and you're clear with the debt, I could be wrong with that. 2.5 acres goes along with the house. You don't have to renew the next 25 years. That's my clarification, because the TLE bylaws is very vague. It's not very concrete. So there's a lot of loopholes. What you're saying earlier is saying that they have to renew the next 25 years.
No,
But the thing is, when you're done paying the house, along that 2.5 acres, because you get a 10-year, a 10-acre lease for business site, and that's a different thing.
right,
But the 2.5 acres, it comes from assignment from BIA to TLE to Solo, goes to Land and Natural, and then comes over here for improvement, and everything's in place. But the agreement of the land rent, it wasn't a year, it was monthly, from my understanding. I don't know if they're changing it. But as soon as that housing is paid up, do they renew that 25-year lease, 2.5 acres of land site?
yeah, maybe I misspoke. A home site has a 25-year lease, like you said, and it's automatic renewal with another 25. So if you look at it like that, it's a 50-year lease, actually.
Yeah.
So there's nothing that needs to be done at the 25 mark. It automatically renews for another 25. So if you have a SWA house, it's purchased, it's bought off, and that home site lease is under SWA. SWA sends us a notice that to cancel that home site for SWA. And then they send, also, it's my understanding, they send the home site, or the owner of the home a letter saying SWA has canceled its lease. You have to go to whatever organization, TLE or Solo, to renew a lease in your name. And we have issues with that too, but it's, a home site lease is 25 with automatic renewal up to another 25. And we only invoice annually. So it's only an annual rent of $25.
So if you're saying it's 25 to 50, then it goes on, what's the extension of it after 50?
After 50, then they'll have to come in and get another home site lease. So it starts over again. Yeah.
Yeah, what if
By that time, you're too old to care,
Or not here.
or not here. Now,
We're ready to move on, Mr.
all
Chair.
right.
Thank you. Thank you, council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, please.
Yep, thank
Who's
you.
getting in trouble over here?
I know, right? Hey.
Wait,
Sherry, did you say we start at judiciary? Is that where we're at?
yeah, that's where we left off at.
Okay.
I think we're
All right, is there any resolutions from judiciary then?
What did you guys know? When did Dwight all get through?
Remember, he was on that ACF contract.
Don't put me out. I know.
No, yeah, we should be in your, should be in your file.
Judiciary, huh?
Keith?
Thank you, Cleve.
Oh, thank you, Fred.
Always good to see you.
I'm gonna make my way out here longer, I see you later next morning.
This one is for,
Thank you for your.
Yeah.
that's emergency legislation that needs to be.
Yeah.
Motion for emergency legislation? We don't have one.
So hold on, yeah.
Which one are you looking at, Sheriff?
The one that,
There.
he's just now handing out for the, $600,000 for the, funding for the prosecutor's office.
Okay, that's the support money that Scott was talking about.
Yes. I don't want room. I guess while we're waiting for quorum, I'd like to take a few minutes to address the council. I don't know if you are all aware, but we currently do not have a licensed prosecutor. So we do not have the funding for that as well. So President Herman, Budget and Finance Chair, Councilman Whiteside, myself, Chief of Staff Boyd, and a few other people had a meeting with Trish Tingle yesterday morning requesting some funding to assist our Attorney General's account. That account is not under any 638 program, so they don't get any direct funding, and their funding all comes from the general account. So because of that, we had to ask for some special funding, and they're calling it draft funding. So that's what this resolution is for today. Ms. Tingle is really amazing and willing to help and work with the tribe. And as you can see that they're going to approve us up to $600,000 in funding to help support our prosecutors. And not just our prosecutor's office, but public defenders as well.
Share of that money comes from Bureau?
Yes.
Just wait for Ray to come back.
So get it 15 months out. To the jazz office. And we submitted up to the district. It was like 45 of them. But so what happened was they proposed this in 23 because they really took cost of 7.
Motion for emergency legislation?
A number, man.
190. Question?
198. We have a motion to bring it on as emergency legislation. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
To approve, Sheriff.
Motion to approve resolution 23-198.
Second by George.
So with the 6 whereas, Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council reaffirms RST Resolution 2019-199 and finds that the threat to public health and severe detrimental effects to the maintenance of the law and order code from the continuing epidemic of meth, fentanyl, and other illicit drug use is continuing to threaten the health and general welfare of the people of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Prosecutor's Office currently has 2,400 open cases composed of adult and juvenile matters and children dependency cases and civil protection orders. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe does not have a law-trained prosecutor and is in dire need of a law-trained prosecutor immediately. And whereas the RST Prosecutor's Office is a part of the RST Attorney General's Office budget and is not covered by the RST Tribal Court Public Law 93-638 contract or any other 638 contract. Whereas the United States has a continuing trust responsibility to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to provide governmental services including law enforcement, and whereas the United States Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs of Justice Services has approved the amount of $600,000 to provide funds for RST Prosecutor's Office, and has requested the tribe to submit a tribal resolution, scope of work, budget justification, and therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and accepts the Office of Justice Services grant in the amount of $600,000 for the RST Prosecutor's Office, and approves and submits the attached scope of work, there's no attached scope of work, budget and budget justification. Be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate is authorized and directed to sign any and all related documents to support the tribe's approval and acceptance of the RST Prosecutor's Office. Is there a scope of work?
I haven't seen it, but can add some additions to this, so here's the reading.
Okay.
It doesn't change much, there's just a reference in here that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe does not have the resources to operate the prosecutor's office. It's in this amended.
Any discussion?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Donna.
Amended, is it a new whereas, or it's amended?
Yeah, it's a new whereas, yeah.
Oh,
He's handing
okay.
it out right now.
Need a question? Ray?
Yeah.
All in favor?
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Sorry, we're trying to find out where we left off.
That one needs to be posted. It has a number, but we lost one.
So these two at the prosecutor's office, they both passed, or they're the same thing?
The second one is the one that passed, because it had amendments in it. Which one we found.
That we're on the bottom, the whereas,
The misspelled whereas is the new one.
whereas.
The third up, the third one, bottom up.
More language.
Is the one that passed? Is the one that passed?
Yeah, it's the one that passed.
And it's 198?
Yeah, 198.
You mean the one with two S's?
And
was on the floor, but it lost quorum. Or we lost quorum.
Second.
Any discussion? What's the number, Sheriff?
23,171.
In the packet?
Yeah.
Should be on the packet.
Fourth, whereas RST Adult Corrections has a 220-bed adult correction facility, and whereas the Sisseton Wahpeton Sioux Tribe is seeking to contract beds to house adult offenders from their jurisdiction, whereas the RST Adult Corrections will enter into an MOA with Sisseton Wahpeton Sioux Tribe to contract bed space, and whereas the adult correction facility will manage the vacant bed space to ensure that services for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe can continue and will remain the priority of RST Adult Corrections. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the RST Adult Corrections to enter into a memorandum of agreement for bed space with the Sisseton Wahpeton Sioux Tribe. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the President or his designee to sign all pertinent documents thereof. I know there were some questions about this, how many beds? She said no more than 20 that she would give up. And other terms of the agreement will be in the MOA. So did you guys go there? Yeah. It's good to go then? Yeah. Okay.
Any other discussion?
I think those were the only questions, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just the bed.
Okay.
Call for the question. Gila?
Yeah.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
What number was that, Sherry?
171.
12.
71?
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
That's all for Judiciary Committee?
That's
Thank
it?
you, Sancha.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council.
Yeah.
Does that take us to personnel?
Or,
Oh, you going up? Health board, yeah. We're coming up in the world.
Chairman, I have a question for my colleague, Ms. Wright Plank.
Okay?
Sherry, in this resolution that we passed on 198,
yes.
where it says, whereas the RST Prosecutor's Office is part of the RST Attorney General's Office budget and is not covered by the RST Tribal Court Public Law 93-638 contract or any other 638 contract. And so on that, is the Attorney General's gonna receive any of this, or is it just gonna be the prosecutors?
It'll go to the Attorney General's budget to support the prosecutor's office. So this money is probably gonna have to go back to budget and finance with the budget.
It doesn't say that in here, it just says the prosecutors. Yeah, it's just the prosecutors, it's not the public defenders, right? You have anything for housework? Yep. I think they're all up there, no?
Housework?
Yeah.
No, it's not up here. Just, KLE and Michael Focat. They was on the natural, for the land of natural.
I don't know, I don't feel comfortable doing this without
thought Russell did it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. There should have been some resolutions down here, I don't know where they're at, some might have them, but there's supposed to be some resolutions regarding the, under health board, there's, maybe they're in here, hold on. There's supposed to be some for the, ambulance service, the transfer funding over to them, there's supposed to be one for, I believe, PMO to transfer money over to them. Can we come back to that? I will find out where those
Is that in budget and finance, is it? I don't know.
What do we do with governmental affairs?
You have anything in it?
We didn't have anything, we just met and.
Under your judiciary,
Nothing? Enrollment, is there anything with enrollment?
Enrollment does, we gotta get the girls over, so, we went to call them over, go on to something else, call them over and go on to something else and then they
Do
come.
that, sure. That takes us up to education. Donna, are you education?
Are you educated?
Edumacated.
we're on education then?
Yeah, we got one. Motion for emergency education. Oh, I did motion that.
Don, is this the one that talks about Head Start?
Yes,
Okay,
let's start.
so it'll be 199?
What is, what's that one look like?
There's 620.
Under education, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Don, is that the one that talks about funding for 315 students?
yes, they gotta reduce.
I had the right one.
The only one I have,
Wait.
Are you doing the Head Start one now?
Yeah.
Oh. I'll second.
Oh, no. We have two, I only got the one where the student reduction is.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
Head
okay.
Okay, Donna has moved, you second it, Jordan? Question by Micah. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
To approve, Donna.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Whereas the SLO Head Start, Early Head Start program is requesting approval for the Head Start change of scope enrollment reduction grant application, and whereas Head Start programs across the nation and tribal and non-tribal are in an under enrollment and workforce crisis mode. In November 2022, the Office of Head Start issued an information memorandum for Head Start programs nationally to apply for a change of scope enrollment reduction or enrollment conversion, and whereas the Chungu Lakota Oyate Head Start is funded for 315 students. Our plan is to reduce our funded enrollment to 224 students. We have not reached our funded enrollment amount since January 2020. The highest number was 306 in March 2020, and the lowest number was 183 students in February 2021. For June 2023, our actual enrollment is at 234 students. In addition, OHS also requires Head Start programs to maintain 20% of funded enrollment on the waiting list. The intention is when a student withdrawal occurs, the program immediately has a replacement, but no waiting line exists either. And whereas SLO Head Start requested in the change of scope enrollment reduction grant application to maintain our current level of funding and reinvest back into our program. The plan in the grant application is to reduce all Head Start from 20 students to 16 students and maintain our current funded employment. There is absolutely no plan to lay off any employee or eliminate any position. And whereas SLO Head Start Director is a member of the National Indian Head Start Directors Association, and several tribal programs across the nation have already been approved for enrollment reduction. And whereas the Office of Head Start eliminated all under enrollment flexibilities in January 2023, OHS will begin informing programs to submit an under enrollment plan of action if programs remain under enrolled. For programs who do not reach their funded enrollment, the cost per child amount per individual program budget will be deducted. The cost per child amount is based on an individual program budget. SLO Head Start cost per child amount is $16,796. And whereas this resolution was reviewed and passed by RST Education Committee at a duly called meeting on June 7th with the quorum present, and has been recommended to the RST Tribal Council, and therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council does hereby in support the approve of the Chungu Lakota Oyate Head Start changes of scope, enrollment reduction, Head Start grant application.
Any discussion? Need a question? Norman? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Thank you, Council.
That's the only one you had, Don?
That's the only one I have, and then, I don't know if she's ready yet, but we also have one from White Buffalo Cap, and I don't know where we can squeeze that in. Budget and finance? Okay. Budget and finance, this is when Derek comes up for resolutions. Looks like we just did education.
Amy, is she ready?
She's gonna get up.
Can I read in one for economic development?
Okay, can do that while we're waiting. Is it in the packet?
No, I have.
Oh, yeah.
You wanna pass out mine to you? It's economic development. No, I have the same, right? Here's 166 is get passed. This is the one that CTGP funding. 166, yeah.
Director of Economic Development.
Is that Micah?
That's the one they kept losing. I think that's maybe the last.
CTGP. Oh, no, we didn't get that one.
Two of them?
Mike, are you looking at the one that talks about a lease agreement? Is that the one you're looking at?
It's the Turner Council,
Just the single?
mine's the packet.
Is that just amending that 22,282?
Motion to reconsider and amend 2022-282.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor with a second. We have a question.
Question.
And
Okay,
we just need to vote. Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
The next one, the KLJ one for the broadband. We already questioned and voted on it, it passed.
We just reconsidered and.
And all you did was reconsider and amend
You have to read in what we're.
before we even, what do you call it?
What's for emergency legislation?
What's the number? For which one?
KLJ.
For the broadband?
Yep.
Second.
Second by Pam.
Okay, we have a motion to bring it on as emergency legislation. Is there a question?
Question by
Micah, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
To approve.
Motion to approve 2023-200.
Second.
Start at the fourth whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has secured NTIA funding to deploy broadband infrastructure project aimed at providing reliable broadband access across the reservation to Rosebud Sioux tribal programs, commercial and residential. And whereas the NTIA has required an environmental assessment to be completed by an experienced consultant as the Rosebud broadband project moves forward in the construction phase. And whereas Cadron, something Lee and Jackson, KLJ possesses the expertise and capacity to conduct an environmental assessment for the Rosebud broadband project. And whereas the Rosebud broadband project is requesting authorization to enter into a sole source contract with KLJ due to the fact that they are the only firm available in rural Rosebud Reservation service area to complete the required NEPA in a short amount of time remaining in the project timeline. And be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the Rosebud broadband project to sole source KLJ in the amount of $137,742.25 to complete an environmental assessment for broadband infrastructure deployment on Rosebud Sioux tribal land. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby approves the line item to be created for the amount not to exceed $137,742.25. And be it finally resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or his designee to sign and execute all required electronic documents thereof.
Any discussion? Need a question?
Bill.
Bill, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Nicole, or Madam Chair? Madam Secretary. I'm still not here. Did resolution 23-166 get passed already?
No. We went backwards. We started from the bottom of the agenda and worked our way up so we could get.
Well, it was in segment economic development, you guys are doing economic.
Yeah, we didn't get that far until today.
She's gonna read it.
That's gonna get to next.
Am I good to go?
Permission.
Permission to speak then?
I suppose.
Motion to approve resolution 23-166.
Is that emergency?
No,
No, it has a number.
It already has a number? Yeah.
All in favor? We go on.
That didn't read it in.
All in favor?
Whereas the PL 93-638 Indian self-determination contracts are identified as the one consolidated tribal government program, CTGP, enrollment, forestry, ICWA, natural resources, Sioux Resource Development, Tribal Historic Preservation Office, 105 leasing, truancy, water resources, law enforcement services, Wombly Wachoni TP, RST Adult Corrections and Operation and Maintenance, RST Tribal Court, Housing Improvement Program, Road Maintenance, Safety of Dams, Spotted Tail Children's Home, Sioux Child and Family Services, contract support costs and direct contract support costs. Whereas the fiscal year 2024 funding is not finalized between the BIA and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the RST will be operating with fiscal year 23 carryover funding on a continuing resolution in fiscal year 2024 for all PL 93-638 Indian self-determination contracts until fiscal year 2024 is finalized. And therefore it be resolved that SRD is submitting the FY 2024 annual funding agreement and budgets to the BIA on July 1st, 2023 on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof.
Any discussion? Any question?
Question.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
When we were on Judiciary Committee, we had a really important meeting with all of the judicial branch, including the judges, and we had a discussion and there was a recommendation to establish a code committee. So I want to make a motion to request that the Budget and Finance Committee start creating a budget for the Code Commission. For FY 24, or do you think we should do it?
For now, 24, that way it'll give you time to advertise for positions, what positions are needed, and how many should be sitting on or at large, I guess.
Okay. So that's the motion for FY 24.
Is there a second to the motion? Pam? Any discussion? Question by Bill? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Chairman, I think my colleague, Ms. Wright Plank, can also probably explain exactly what that code commission is going to, what their duties is going to be, so that way, or kind of give a light detail of what they're going to be doing, so people out there that are listening can understand why that committee is coming about.
Thank you. Yeah, so last Friday, we had a meeting because of the meth epidemic that we're facing. And we wanted to meet with some of the health board members and our judicial branch, all of the entities that fall under the judicial branch as well. And one of our biggest problems is revising our tribal laws. And this code commission will be tasked with looking into all the tribal laws, updating those laws as need be, and making sure that there's smooth communication between the court system, between the judicial branch and the legislative branch when it comes to any new laws, updated laws. And I believe they're also going to work on making sure that those records are clarified it.
How many members?
We're not sure yet. We were just gonna see what the budget and finance.
Yep, all be at large members, or
We don't know yet.
don't know that?
Yeah. We just wanted to see if we could even fund it first,
Yeah.
because it's needed.
I think that part of it, if you don't mind, Holly, but on that part of it, our chief judge had some ideas of what he was going to, what he wanted with this commission. And in there, that's where our governmental affairs will go ahead and our judiciary will go ahead and look at that and do any critiquing that needs to be done to it. Because he did create that commission, or he started the creation of that committee, what did he say, about 10 years ago or something? But he said he never heard back as far as what was going to go on with that, if the council approved it or not. And looking into records, there is no approval of it. So I had made that motion to have judiciary go ahead and start the process for it and get that information from Judge Marshall and present to council when the time comes.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. And I believe one of the last things that we have is the presentation at noon
Yeah.
for Economic Development Committee. After this, I do have a request for approval for a grant, but I'd like to keep to their time at 12 o'clock.
Well, they're gonna be here promptly then.
Yeah, they're here for waiting.
We need to bring them in now?
Yeah, can we take a 10-minute break?
We can, then we'll bring them in and listen to them.
Okay.
You can. 10-minute break? 10-minute break. quorum, so we're back in session. Sherry, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, council. I wanted to take some time to introduce our Redco board, our Redco CEO, and Partners in Performance. I guess I'll let Clay talk a little more about Partners in Performance and how they came about to come do pro bono work for the tribe.
Thank you, Sherry. Morning, everybody.
Morning, Clay.
Good to see all of you. Yeah, Partners in Performance, this engagement was all started with a former colleague of mine in Dallas that we've been exploring some energy work with, and was able to introduce me to Chris McMillan over here, director of Partners in Performance, and got to talk. My former colleague was telling work he's trying to do with the tribe, and they were looking to do part of their giving back this year, some pro bono consulting with tribal nations. So we got to talking. Said we were looking at energy work. Took them up on the engagement, and that quickly got into why just limit it to energy. We're looking at a complete economic roadmap for to help the entire tribe. So we signed got on for a 12-week engagement. It was 2 6 weeks actually. The first kind of assessing what we were doing. I know a lot of you probably spoke with them, saw them around with that. And the last 6 weeks coming up with the roadmap to what can we do to help improve the tribe's economy, which we will get into in this presentation here. But first, let me introduce all the team. Greg, you want to start? Greg Maud has kind of been our lead point on this, and the team lead from Partners in Performance side.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, everybody. I think we've had a chance to meet many of you. Greg Maud, manager at Partners in Performance. From my side, it feels like the 12 weeks just flown by. But it's been really fantastic to get to work alongside Clay and so many different members of the tribe. Great to meet you guys. Thankfully, I think after the introductions, 1 or 2 slides, we'll hand over to Clay to do most of the talking today. But again, it's been really great working with everybody over the last 12 weeks. Shamsa, do you want to?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Shamsa Hidayat. I'm also a consultant with the team. Have been on the ground here for a lot of weeks with Greg and have had a chance to meet a few of you. So hopefully we'll spread out some of the copies we brought in just a few minutes. And look forward to speaking to you and letting you know how this 12-week engagement panned out and what the results from it are.
Jonathan Scarlett, I think I've met some of you. I've been on the phone for some of the conversations here in North America. They said Toronto, just been really happy to be part of the journey and providing support to the team and we play as we've gone along.
Hey everyone, you've seen me before, Cornelius Grosbeek. I'm a partner with Partners in Performance. I've been with the team, haven't been here as much as Greg and Shamsa, but most of you have seen me as well. So, yep, fantastic journey over the past 12 weeks. Fire away all the questions when we get there, right?
Hi everyone, Chris Milliken. So I'm the director at Partners in Performance. I focus traditionally on power and utilities. But over the last year, I got the opportunity to, working with Jonathan, lead our effort around identifying opportunities to deliver what we're calling societal benefit. Societal impact, and so it's a formal commitment within Partners in Performance to carve out a portion of our consulting time and use it for pro bono efforts. And so Jonathan and I, for the last year and a half, have been looking for opportunities to come alongside Indigenous community in Canada, Native American tribe in the United States, and partner and work to deliver economic development. So when we got introduced to Clay through our common friend, it just seemed like such a great opportunity, and I really appreciate your willingness to work with us and allow us to do it. The reason we do it is because our employees really are motivated by it. They want to do it. They want to give back, and so really just want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate in this.
All right, thank you, everybody. Yeah, and again, for those who know, Partners in Performance, a global firm, been around quite a while. You works with Fortune 500 companies, so a really good opportunity for us. I'm glad we were willing to do this and that we were able to do this. And we are providing lunch. I was told it's a half hour late. It should be within 4 or 5 minutes, hopefully, but it'll be delivered here soon. So I guess with that, we can get into that if you'd like, Sherry.
Off here.
Get
her a Snickers.
Our board chairman has to leave here, but OJ, I think you want to say a few words before you left.
Thank you, and Nora, another board member's here. Good afternoon, everybody. Long time no see. I do see you all the time on TV. I think you're all movie stars now. So, and when I first met these guys, I thought I was IHS with all the different accents, but I mean, it's working well. Their vision is really good, and all I wanted to say before I left is working with them. We're looking at maybe the first week or second week of August when Congress is in session. To get a meeting with some of the senators to try to find funding for all of this, and also to get a meeting with Secretary Yellen to sit down and do a presentation, not so much a presentation, but to run this by her to see if we can get some money from Treasury. And so I'm hoping that as we get closer to, and I get the information, council will be available, because as you all know, when we go to Congress, they don't want to hear us, they want to hear tribal leaders. So I will get the appointments scheduled as soon as possible, get it to council so you can see it, it'll be available. That's all I have to say. I have to go get my other eye taken care of, so I appreciate it. Good afternoon, and Nora is our other board member. I'll let her jump up. Thank you.
OJ, thank you for being here, and our condolences to your wife.
Okay, thank you. I'll let Barb know.
Nora, you gonna talk for a half hour?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, let's get started on this. So this presentation we're gonna have here is a bit of a summary of kind of where we've been and the findings and a proposed strategy.
Can you come sit up here if you like?
Yeah. Maybe I can take the first.
Yeah, I'd rather stand back.
Yeah. Great. Perhaps before we kick off, one other thing we'd just like to recognize is that it is Clay's birthday today. He tells us he's turning 23 today. I'm not sure if I quite believe that. But,
second year in a row I've had the honor of addressing council on my birthday.
Oh, they're bringing cake then.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, we have to sing happy birthday to you.
Just right.
Anybody want to lead us off on that?
Started out, Hey, girls over there.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thanks. Yeah, I'll kick off just with one or two introductory slides, and then hand over to Clay, who's going to really talk to most things. Thank you. Great. But as Clay mentioned, just in terms of context, we've been here 12 weeks now. The first 6 weeks really was around working very closely with the tribe to define an economic development vision, so what it is that we're working towards. And then the second 6 weeks, which we're just finishing up now, was really saying, if we've got a vision that we now are aligned behind, how do we put together a roadmap, which is really about how do we achieve that, how do we get to that vision. And so today is really a chance for us to provide some feedback for Clay primarily to take you through that economic development roadmap through 2033. And I know that we have a lot of time set aside, so we don't have a lot of slides. We have a lot that we're not planning on presenting in case there are any questions. But really what we'd love today is we really appreciate any questions, more interactive the session is, I think the better. You've got the full Partners in Performance team that have been involved in this work here. So we really love your questions. Challenge us, ask as many questions as you can. I think that's how we get the most out of it. All right. So first slide, those of you who've had meetings with us before, what we will typically do is we'll start out a meeting with a safety or health share, safety wellness share. This one is around mental health. Certainly mental health issues, I think, through the initial work that we did, we got an understanding of some of the challenges that many tribal members, especially younger tribal members, face around mental health. Not unique to the tribe, of course. In the back of COVID, this is something that's a sort of worldwide phenomenon, but I think much more pronounced here. And so this is a short wellness share around maintaining some tips for mental health. It's a simple acronym, SEEDS, stands for sleep, exercise, education, diet, and social. And so sleep, we all know that getting a good night's rest is really important to our health and mental well-being. I didn't do so well on that last night, that's why Shams is busy smiling over there. But ideally, 7 or 8 hours, keep a good bedtime routine, get to bed around the same time each night, not too much screen time, avoid caffeine late in the day, all of those good recommendations. So sleep's very important. Exercise is one that I certainly know that if I go a day or two without getting at least a short workout in, it takes its impact. So for me, being able to do a bit of exercise pretty regularly just helps with energy levels and kind of mental well-being. Education, I think very important for us all in terms of mental acuity, just to keep learning all the time, whether it's formal education or just curiosity around in the world around us. That education and learning side very important. Diet, obviously really important. I think having a nice, diverse, varied diet is very important. One of the things that we always try to tell our kids growing up is that you want to try and eat a rainbow every day. And that doesn't mean a bag of Skittles. We're talking fruits and vegetables, sort of good wide range of foods. And of course, people ultimately are very social beings. So really important to make sure that we carve out time to actually have some of that social interaction, ideally in person, family and friends. But I'm from South Africa, the benefit of being able to have a Zoom call with my dad out in South Africa, fantastic. Not saying we could do that many years ago, so nice to be able to do that. So yeah, just a little tip around mental health. So if you're thinking mental health, just remember SEEDS as an acronym, some tips just to help in that regard. Any questions, builds, anything on that? That's good. All right. We also said thank you already, but we'd just like to emphasize this. The 12 weeks that we've spent here, we've had the opportunity to really meet with a lot of people, really get a lot of good insights, good information. I'm hoping this list is complete. There's a chance that we may have missed one or two, but we've certainly had the chance to meet well north of 60 different people. I really want to thank everybody for your time and input. The work that we've done is just would not be as relevant without all that input. I mean, we can come in from the outside process and sort of ability to kind of do research and all things, but obviously it's got to be specific and pertinent to the client. So it's really been fantastic to be able to work with so many different people and get good input. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it from the Partners in Performance team.
I just add on that, Greg, we have feasibility studies done all the time. We have a couple going now in housing and whatnot. And not a knock against those people, but a lot of it's, they do it remotely. We send them information. One thing I really appreciate about Partners Performance, your team, held it here for 12 weeks, on the ground, and I remember when we first signed it was like, okay, when's going to happen? Like the next day, hey, we're going to be there. It was like on I think a Tuesday, and then we'll be there Monday. Like, oh, okay, great. Yeah, just hit the ground running. So yeah, thank you to everybody who made time to help with this process.
Fantastic. So, just by way of a sort of a bit of an overview, this is an outline or the agenda of the final product, the final piece of work that we'll be handing over to Clay. Today we'll really only talk to the executive summary. So we've got about 15 or 16 slides. So we are not going to try and just swamp everybody with PowerPoint and details. but there is a lot of information backing up what we'll talk about today. That will all be shared with Clay as soon as we've tidied it up after today's session. So during the course of next week, there'll be a lot of information that is available that you guys will be able to own and really reference going forward. So today's session is really focused on the executive summary. Again, please ask questions. Otherwise, it's going to be it's just not going to be as interesting for us. And I think the opportunity there is really for you to challenge us. If you see something that doesn't resonate or you agree with, we'd love to hear your thoughts, either in support or against. We just really like to have this as interactive as possible. And then I think otherwise, I think that's all of my kind of initial talking. I'm going to hand over to Clay. And Clay, I think, is very well versed in everything, but we'll be here to kind of help as well if there are any questions that you'd like to ask for the Parks and Performance team.
Great, thank you, Greg. Are you going to be managing
I can manage.
slides?
Do you want to see too?
No, I'm going to stand for. Okay.
Because of the traffic. All right, hold on a second. Oh, something went very weird here. Okay, pardon me just a second.
I'm really glad I'm not managing.
Somehow we jumped from slide 4 to slide 24.
Say, well, Greg and Clay, while you're doing that, I do have a couple of things to say. One of the things that I wanted to mention is that, you know, at St. Eglash, I taught for about 20 years, and I was telling a couple of colleagues earlier that normally about in my class of the Intro to Business class, about 80% of our students all wanted to start a business. And so over 20 years, that's a lot of folk. And one of the things that is related to what our guests are going to be talking about today is they all have great ideas. They all wanted to do something better for their families. One of the things that we learned is that so many of our incoming students are already riddled with poor or no credit, and really just didn't have the resources to put into practice their good ideas. And it's connected to this because, as Greg and team have shared, they put a lot of energy into this. Clay and team have put a lot of energy into this, and it's great ideas. And I hope through the short presentation
In a lot of those initial conversations, we got a sense of how much is happening in the tribe and how much work both Redco and more broadly is happening. But what we've really tried to work, and what's very important, we find very important with the work that we do with our clients, is to make sure that we've got a clear vision, alignment around that, and really a prioritized set of areas to focus on. Any organization, whether it's a country, a company, a tribe, has limited resources. And so making sure that we're putting those resources behind the things that can have the biggest impact, the biggest benefit to the economy, is I think really where we try to focus. And as Claire was saying, it doesn't mean you don't do other things, but our recommendation is very strongly to put the effort, especially over the next 12 to 18 months, behind these top priority areas, because we think these are the things that can have the biggest impact for the community.
Thank you, Greg. Are we almost having this back up?
Looks like the screen's back up. I just need to figure out how to reconnect to the Zoom meeting.
Okay, I'll keep going while he's doing that. So next on the summary is the support layers. Execution strategies in each pillar will rely on implementation of investor-friendly regulatory codes and mix of tribal and non-tribal members advising on it. Obviously on the tribal side, the tribal council, our boards, employees that we have to do that, and based on this, partners in performance coming in as an advisory role, again, completely on our side of the table, to help us get these, implement these strategies and get that done. And another big piece on this is going to be developing our tribal members' skill sets and workforce to be able to step into these jobs that we're wanting to create. Making sure that we're constantly training, educating people to get these opportunities. So that's, again, another part where Cynthia Glasgow is going to come in very important in getting into, working with the high schools and help create these opportunities, as well as adult, workforce development. It's going to be huge. It's going to be an ongoing process. Right now we have great relationships with SNETP. Last time we presented here, we had our internship program with them. Looking at building on that, how can we work more with TechGirl? How can we, just again, keep providing opportunities for our tribal members? So then you're late.
Oh, you guys wanted that? Huh? Here's my food at.
You should put it in the back.
You might use it to the
Hurry up. Losing all attention here quick. The next brief overview of strategies that we'll get into. Strategy number one on the removal of wind reduction is kind of two projects that were looked at once before in Alabama and North Central, which are 30 megawatt and 190 megawatt wind farms. Again, we started that. The potential is there to do it. We did a lot of digging into what happened on there. And I think if we have the resources, the team behind those, these are very achievable projects that can generate a lot of revenue for the tribe. So Chris is, we have 25 years and
I would say that when you think about some of the recent federal policy and the incentives it creates for Native American development of renewables, you start to look at the Inflation Reduction Act and the direct payment of the tax credits. It's a new opportunity to make these projects work. So definitely the right time to be pushing it.
Thanks, Chris. Strategy number two is focused on.
Sherry has a question.
Oh, sorry.
Could you explain tax credits?
Sure. So there are both investment tax credits and production tax credits, PTCs, ITCs. PTCs have traditionally been directed towards wind. It's been the favored of the two tax credits. In the past, in order to use these tax credits, you really needed tax liability in order to apply those credits against, or you needed to bring in partners that would take what's called tax equity in the deal. They would receive those tax credits and early cash flows from those projects. With the Inflation Reduction Act and a recent decision, ruling that's been made. Basically, there's an opportunity for direct payment of those tax credits to public power companies and to Native American tribes. So it basically is let's call it an advantage relative to a traditional developer in the ability to utilize those credits. Does that make sense?
I mean, that's the reason I know, like both of you have been approached by developers and looking at, my colleague, Treat Williams, with actually energy and maintenance production. I worked with him in natural gas production in Dallas before I came back to Redco. He was all over it wanting to do that. And again, with him talking, it was just like, how do we get something, make sure the tribal is 100% of it, not something we're just leasing out and getting revenue off of. But, this, as Chris just said, I think, with the Inflation Reduction Act, that becomes a much more possible outcome to do using that. Any other questions on that? Okay, then strategy number 2 on the construction side, looking at, ramping up to $50 million per year in revenue. And that's based on trying to get 30% share of federal contracts that are going to be in the Rapid City area. The Ellsworth Air Force Base is going to be expanding. There's going to be other work up there. Rapid City's, growing like crazy. And then on reservation, the construction will be doing a K-walk all around that development, housing, commercial, other things out there. So that's going to be a huge opportunity. Number 3, bison processing, scaling, if you heard of 5,850 and processing an average of 370,000 pounds per year. Right now, under Redco, we have the Wolacota Ranch, it's 1,200 head. There's tribal herd, there's syntax herd. To get to that amount, Wolacota can't handle that. It would have to, find other land here. And this is one where I really think that, this is a big opportunity for tribal members to be able to have their own herd, kind of a collective, effort at developing this industry. And then number 4, goes back to the support layers, ensuring that, governance of, all of the entities from Redco, whatever, everything is, the most efficient it can be, and then that capability development of our people, of making sure that tribal members can fill all of these jobs ideally. So we'll get, after we get into a little more detail on these, get into the next steps, which is going to be looking to secure $210 million in equity to support 100% ownership, tribal ownership of these projects, which would be $500 million in total capital projects for those 4. We'd be establishing the tribe's ownership group, Partners in Performance coming in, again, consultants on our side, working for us to help negotiate these, and we'll get into a lot more detail on that as well. Any other questions before we move on?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if the food's ready, this may be the logical time to grab some food, because after this summary we go into more detail into each of these areas. So if that's the right for everybody here, I think maybe the right time just to have a break and grab some food.
It better not be too healthy.
Nobody's leading the charge.
Okay.
Just give thanks to Matt for being able to provide this meal. These meals have been amazing, and each one better than the last that I eat from. So really glad to showcase one of our young entrepreneurs on here. How are you? Good to see you.
Good, man. Eat before beauty, so.
Elders first.
is kind of what is that? Where does that come from? And it's interesting. Janet Yellen, the Secretary of the Treasury, and a lot of top economists, that's the word they use. So define decent. What is that? It's a good paying job, above minimum wage, something you can support your family on, something you can make a decent, a good living on. Is what that is meant to mean. I don't know why that word decent seems kind of weird to me, but I do like that use of it. So, put in numbers in 10 years by 23, getting back to that number, adding the 1.09 billion in GDP. As where we're at now, we're at 449 million GDP in 2023. So that doubles the growth rate from 2 to 4%. And with that, creating the 3,020 new jobs. Right now, there are 3,720, so it's a 1.8 time increase on jobs in the next 10 years.
And maybe just a small add-on there. I mean, one of the reasons why we really emphasize trying to sort of build diversity in the economy is that currently around 70% of the gross domestic product, the GDP of the tribe, comes from government funding effectively. So it's really trying to build up the other legs of the economy, so there's a stronger private sector to reduce reliance on government funding. Not that goes away, but this is building up those other legs.
Thank you, Eric. Next slide, if no questions. So here's a good summary of kind of how we got to that again. Let's start with that vision, what we're doing, the expected outcomes, our competitive advantages. Can I get a little more specifics on that? With the wind generation, there's Class 7 wind factor at 40% capacity. That's some of the best in the nation. So obviously, I think why we came to that conclusion. Right now, the 12,000 head bison herd, and it's about we got at Wolacota, looking at Sinte or the tribe's own herd, 430,000 acres of available rangeland. Obviously, it takes some work to get that done, but that's available to increase the bison herd, and that's what I was talking about. We couldn't do this all at Wolacota. That's pretty much at capacity. We're looking at other places, looking at opportunities for tribal members to start their own herd, to communities, whatever, other people to get involved in that. An established construction business. We've talked about RCI here. It has some issues. It definitely needs, added support, and that's what we'll get into. But the strategy is again to get into the 30 megawatt and 190 megawatt wind projects, federal construction projects, which getting a share of that in Rapid City equates to a lot for us. And then the bison, growing the herd, and the meat processing plant, which is something that we're already looking at. And then getting back down to skills development, can't stress that enough, that what we're going to have to do on that. And then the governance, what does this look like? How, what are the structures for each of the entities? How are they governed? Next slide.
Any questions? Any questions on that? Any thoughts? Maybe just something I could add to what Claire's saying. I've heard you talk about renewable energy, but here from a strategist point of view, it's really sort of focused on wind. And the reason for that is that while obviously there's the potential for solar generation on the reservation, the positioning and the solar radiation and the efficiency of the panels is there and it's possible, but one of the resources that the tribe has is exceptional wind. So solar is mediocre if you compare it to other areas. It's not impossible, but it's not great. But if you look at the wind side, wind really is one of the best in the nation.
What's the highest class?
In 3 months.
7's the highest class? Okay, sorry.
Steve.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for all coming and doing the presentation for us. Question I have is, we have a turbine out to the casino. That turbine is down, and I guess it's because of obsolete parts for that particular turbine. Are we going to be experiencing any type of problems like that in the future if we set up all these wind turbines? Or, I mean, is there going to be parts for that? Or are we looking into it so we don't face the same problem once we get into that particular project?
Yeah, I can take a first step, but I'm assuming that then please feel free to jump in. So the turbine at the casino there was a fairly early, it was an early adopter. It was one of the earlier generations of turbines. Really quite small by the standard of turbines that are used today. I know that it did operate well for a number of years, and I think largely because of lack of maintenance contract or agreement, with the ability to maintain it internally, it kind of fell into disrepair. So I know Tony Rogers is looking at opportunities to recommission that. But certainly in the 20 years since that turbine was installed, there's been a lot of growth in the technology around wind development. So the turbines are larger, more capable. They obviously still do require maintenance, but less so than in the past. And I think one of the key learnings, obviously, to incorporate from the casino is that there is a comprehensive operations and maintenance plan in place for those. Whether it's done by the tribe or it's done by the supplier of the turbine, for example.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Greg, can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, 3-1.
Yeah, I'd like to get the floor for Phil.
Yeah, so there was Phil Chief Buffalo. And my name is Phil Twiegel. I'm the executive director of the Lakota Treaty Council. I met these gentlemen and lady out in the parking lot, and but as you're doing this work, I come from a treaty perspective, our inherent rights, and coming from a traditional Lakota government perspective. But it seems like I just want to make sure that one of the things that needs to be looked at as you're going through this is we need to, Clay probably knows about this, is to update our comprehensive economic development strategy. That's a document that we use to possibly access resources from different, federal agencies. So while you're doing this, maybe you can help us update that and make it better and include other things that are not in this. Because what I'm not seeing in this is, and I mentioned it to you out in the parking lot, is there's a need for it's not just us, but the need for creating an indigenous autonomous economy. We're taking a beating from the regular, I call them the Washitiu economy, or the white man economy. That doesn't belong to us. And so our people, we bank at the white man's bank, and we don't get any advantages off of that. We're not asking for favors, but here we are as a tribe. We have hundreds of millions of dollars run through the Wells Fargo, and our tribal members do not have any leverage whatsoever. So the American economy is not, favorable to us. It's not good for us as a people. So I hope that we can put that on our radar, how to address that. So, and the other thing is, when that ties to how much revenue is going to be generated out of this roadmap. What are we going to do with all that money when it comes here? That we need to put it into our own banking system. Our tribal government is going to have to go to Congress or work through the Secretary of Interior to let them know that, look, we need to build our own economy, we need to build our own banking system, and we're not just one tribe. We're part of the Great Sioux Nation, as the white man calls us. And there's 9 reservations in South Dakota that they all need to work together to create synergy and critical mass to create an awesome economy for ourselves. And on top of that, there's over 500 tribes across this country and Canada. And that's something to think about too. So we really need to increase our bison herds, because before the white man came to this country, we lived off of the buffalo, and that was our economy. I call that our buffalo economy. So I just want to make sure that we are thinking about these things as you're doing this. Also, I don't see solar in here. We have solar resource. I think communities can access solar projects for themselves too. So, thank you.
Yeah, Fantastic. If I may also just, if I may respond. Thank you very much. That's great. All very good points. One of the aspects that we were talking about a bit earlier, and we've got some more information on a little bit later in the pack, is as you talk about building the economies, I think one of the messages that we heard very strongly early on is around wanting to own the projects and own the outcome from those. So really, when we get to some of the detail around, for example, the power side of things, that's based on a 100% equity ownership by the tribe of those projects. So it's very much centered on building the tribe's economy and the access to the benefits of those projects. Bison is absolutely one of the options that we're going to talk about a little bit in more detail. It's one of the three pillars that we really feel does have a lot of potential.
Let me also add that we have a treaty with the United States government, 1851 to 1868. I think we should use that. I mean, that is a still binding legal document that we should, stand on. As far as thinking about also our inherent sovereignty, that we have been here for thousands of years before even the United States Constitution was created. We've been here, so we have that power too.
Thank you for interjecting, but I just want to let the council know that one of the things that was mentioned when this first started is these 3 pillars are just 3 pillars. There's more. It doesn't mean that we're going to be restricted to it. This is just what this company focused on, and that's why they're presenting on these 3 things. So I just want to make that clear for everybody. This isn't the EDA. That is in the process of being revamped from the last Economic Development Committee meeting that we had. So what we're doing today is just listening to the presentation from these 3 areas that seem to be the most lucrative for the tribe. And and I know it was a little loud when you were talking, but I heard you mention that solar is possible, but it's not as good as the wind energy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we get a little bit more information on that. I think there is a place for both. What we tried to focus on is, I think initially, part of what we heard initially was the desire to have this energy independence in a way. And when we looked at it, we said, well, there is the potential for that. There's probably a much bigger opportunity, a better opportunity for the tribe, given the quality of the wind resource here, to be able to develop a commercial scale project that sells power more broadly. When we look at the solar side, there's probably the potential to have on-home solar to reduce individual homes' demand for power, but to have a commercial utility scale solar, when we ran the numbers on it, it looks a lot more tenuous and it doesn't look nearly as attractive. So wind really, from a commercial utility scale point of view, comes out as the clear winner between the 2. But on home, I think there certainly is a place for solar as well.
And on the sets, glad Michael a point, obviously, we got EDA grant funds that even the last one is going to be updating it this year as well. This will be a big part of that.
Chris, thank you very much for the question. That's great.
That's all.
I was just going to respond to the previous question in that when you start talking about wind farms of this scale, the long-term service agreements from the turbine manufacturers provide many years of maintenance of those products. And then once those expire, typically with wind farms of this size, you're getting involved in independent service providers signing contracts where they basically have an obligation to deliver a certain amount of performance and availability over time. And so the previous wind turbine, some of the issues around maintenance and operations of that equipment, I think just given the scale and the size of the investment, there's going to be contracts that will basically be required to be signed in order to guarantee the continued performance of these assets over time. And exactly how those contracts get worked out and who's involved, I think there's a lot of decisions to be made. But one thing I can say is that looking backwards at that one smaller turbine probably doesn't tell you too much about how it's going to work in the future with assets of this size. So I just wanted to add in on that.
If no more questions, there's moving on here.
I think, Clay, we lost our quorum, but Does anyone have any thoughts you want to share with the group before they?
We can keep going without a close.
Oh, yeah, we will. I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah.
You don't have time. Yes, we'll hear from Byron Lee.
Thank you for coming. And, you know, one thing about solar, green energy is really interesting. We have that big turbine out there, and it went for a long time until it's not going anymore because it's really old. The technology comes in a new way all the time, so when you get a loan or a grant for this, and then you're at towards probably 3/4 of the way of it, then something new comes along and you gotta, do you have to make a loan for that or apply for another grant and hope you get that grant to keep it going? It kind of becomes obsolete, so then you need to do something else again, and then all that starts from scratch again. You're doing that again. Not against green energy, it's really good, but it's just that we have to realize that that maintenance that he talked about comes once that warranty and all that is over, then you're on your own. And if you have a farm, a major one, then what does that cost, you know? And so we have to look at things like that too, of the long range of it. And solar panels are, like you said, the wind is better, but we can go around some of our communities and see all these little, we look good. Some of the houses have solar panels, we look good, we're green energy and we're all for that. They don't work. They never work. None of them. They come through with a pie in the sky and everybody wants to jump on it. So the turbines went up, and so I asked, because I worked in a LEAP program, energy program, so I asked how much it costs for, what's their discount? Never seen it. It was $1.80, $2.80. It's not, they're the small ones. They're for farm, you know, for the cattle, to keep that going. They can't sustain a house, but they don't tell us when they came in. That's what it is. It looked really good, and everybody has it. All it did was make sounds really loud, and so we have broken ones, you know, and they look terrible. Nobody comes in and maintenances them because the company went under, and some just don't come back. So we have to look at things like that and make sure that what we're doing is we're going to invest in something that's really going to be good on down the road thing, you know. Once the warranty is gone, you know, them are going to, the big ones make the money. So they're going to make the money while the warranty's there, but once it's gone, we gotta remember that that's what has to be done. What's available for it? The president made a lot of money on available for green energy, but when that runs out, what's going to happen down the road? So we have to just look at those things. For our area, we have, I just want to say, we look really good. The solar panels never heated the houses, couldn't even heat the houses, so we just look good. And so we just have to look down the road and make sure what we're going to invest, what we're going to start, whatever we're going to do is something that is going to be good for us down the road. Because technology is going to come up in something else. Who knows if these turbines are going to even be smaller, come up smaller and do the same and more. So, you know, the technology is so much nowadays. So we just need to remember that too. But green energy is a good thing. We did a lot of research on it. I mean, workshops and like that on it. So that's kind of why I know about green energy and what we need down the road with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we had Shams and I had the opportunity to drive through St. Francis and see some of the smaller turbines that I think you were talking about, and many of those were not operating. I think for the scale and type of project that we're talking about here, certainly that would be run on a very different scale. So it would be something that would be run under the tribal utility company, which I know has been talked about and is in the process of being chartered. in the not too distant future. They would certainly have maintenance contracts in place. And when we've done some of the very early stage economic modeling, it's not to the level of detail that you'd need to do before you finalize the project. But we've certainly made allowance for maintenance and upkeep of those turbines, those assets. So that is built into it. And the technology, I think, this has come a long way. It is still developing. Chris, you can probably speak to us a lot more, but it is maturing, I think, a little bit from where it was 20 years ago, certainly.
Sure. So you're right. The technology of both solar panels, but also wind turbines, advances year after year. The reality is when these assets are built, long-term power purchase agreements are signed with an off-taker, and so you have a guarantee of revenue over a period of 15 to 20 years. And that is what funds not only the returns for the tribe, but also funds the maintenance of those projects. What you've seen in the last 10 years is a massive wave of what they call repowering. And so, you have these wind farms that are reaching end of life, but because all the permitting is there, all the transmission is there, they go back in and they replace it with new technology. But that's usually done at the end of life. So we're talking wind farms that are 20 years old. So when you build these, you basically lock in the economics to some extent by signing a 15, 20-year PPA. You get these maintenance contracts in place. The first 8 years, 7 to 8 years is usually covered with an OEM warranty period where they provide a big portion of the critical maintenance. And then you basically ride these things out through end of life. And then if it's still a compelling economic proposition, you go in and you repower with the newest technology. So I think we've done some modeling. It indicates that these projects do provide economic value. There's another layer of diligence required in the next stage, but we felt quite encouraged looking at the capacity factor of the assets here, the transmission that's available, and some of the potential off-takers. So thank you for the question. I hope that helped.
Yes, thank you.
And that's one last thing. Remember, I mentioned this before also, but just want to make sure everybody knows that the PIP team here, isn't going to look to develop those, but rather be on our side as consultants to ensure we're getting the best deal, ensure that every, the maintenance, everything is looked at, and that we know what we're getting into, that's the best situation for us, and then as we'll get into it later, they'll transition to where it's just us running it without, outside consultants. So.
I want to mention something too, something that you mentioned before when we met a couple weeks ago. One of the biggest problems with all these proposed and attempts at alternative energy is that the tribe never had ownership of them. They were always a partner in it who had very little ownership. So what they're proposing today is on a completely different scale. So the wind farms at people's homes, the one at the casino, those are learning experiences, but I would suggest to wipe them from your mind because what we're gonna have to do here is gonna be completely different. It's gonna have to be a gigantic wind farm, not just one solo, wind turbine. And Partners in Performance is not here to sell us anything. So I just want to make sure that the council is clear with that. They just did research to figure out what sort of alternative energy would be beneficial for the tribe. So I just wanted to make that clear to everybody.
And just to follow up with that as well, they're also willing to train our people. So that one out there was a failure because we didn't have anybody certified for it. So it means that our future goal would be to have green energy and have a big farm, but that would also mean that we would have to train the people to sustain that, right? So that's where our biggest mess up with that one was. Whereas I feel like we learned from that with you guys and we're trying to move forward and make sure that we have the trained people to be able to sustain that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Have all the jobs that come with it, not outsourcing it as much as possible. I mean, you can go get a contract, people can come do it, or
we can just have our
own people doing it, which would be best. So.
And we do have a bit of information on that a bit further on in the pack, which is exactly that, where we've tried to we've looked at the jobs created, the permanent jobs created in each of these different pillars, and what does that look like in terms of skills profile? And we've got a, again, it's first pass, it may change a little bit over time, but it gives an illustration of what types of jobs would be required, and ideally, of course, those are provided by people in the tribe where you've had a skills development process and program in place, so that people are ready to step into those decent, well-paying jobs.
Right.
Yeah.
Great, thank you, Jordan. Keep going here. So, getting to that number of the increase of $1,089 million on the GDP, kind of, here's how it looks out in each of the sectors. So you see there in 2023, right where we're at now at $449 million. Renewable energy at 220 megawatts would add an additional $558 million. Now, if you go look on the right-hand side of this, it shows, what PIP has found that potential to be. That's 2% of the available, market share of that we can go after. So, not even barely scratching the surface at what's available in this sector. Well, 220 megawatts is going to be a large, a large project, 2 large projects, in fact. There's still so much more potential there. Move on to construction at, $50 million, year revenue on that. Add about $300 million to the GDP. And again, looking at, potential market share, that's about 13% of what we could get. So these are, as big of goals we're going after, there's still so much more in these areas we can do. And then finally on the bison production, you have 370,000 pounds a year. That's 231 million to the GDP, which is about 12% of the potential that we can do. So, we get on this in 10 years, it's going to do a lot of good, but still a lot, in each of these sectors that we can continue to go after. And the next slide is going to show kind of how that translates per jobs. Now, it's kind of the inverse on that, from bottom line, from GDP to jobs. So you look at renewable energy, looking at about 191 jobs. These things are big, construction is, but there are not a lot of, a high number of full-time jobs as compared to agriculture, which is going to have 2,334. We'll note on that, though, that about 1,900 of those are, temporary construction jobs, getting things built up. And then on the construction side, you're looking at about 523, full-time jobs over the next 10 years, which gets us to that 3,020 number. If we keep going, kind of on the same track, we're looking at probably 140 new jobs. And I guess that's one thing I missed on the last slide there. That on the track we're going over the next 10 years, we're only looking about adding another 100 million to the GDP. So this, is these projects would increase that significantly. So, and again, looking at potential of where in these 3 sectors, what we can do, we're still looking at between 12 and 15% of what's available. So a lot of room for continued growth in these areas. And again, this is not to say there won't be other, everything else that we're doing, whether it's, anything else besides this, all those will keep going. This is just what we're looking at, we'll be teaming with Partners in Performance to, get going in the next 18 months.
I suppose a logical question could be, well, if we're only 12 to 15% of the potential, why are we not going bigger? And really what we've tried to scope here, the 220 megawatts, for example, is the combination of a 30 megawatt project and a 190 megawatt project that was looked at before, where we had information. As we go into kind of the next step, part of that would be stepping back and looking and saying, are these still the right sizes to be running, given the changes in technology and everything else? It's probably the right order of magnitude, but it may not be exactly there. These are all fairly significant steps. There's still a lot of potential for growth, but it's a big enough step to have a meaningful economic impact and job impact, but not so big that if you fail, it's a huge failure. And I think doing this concrete and in place, I think the chance of failure is greatly reduced. But this is taking a sort of a meaningful step into projects where there's a lot of future potential to keep growing further down the track as well.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, let's keep going. So the next slide, we talked briefly about the regulatory and governance framework. Needs to be updated to do this. Some of the things we looked at, one is the Model Tribal Secure Transaction Act. I know Michael Point, was addressed the council in past years on, trying to get, UCC code updated, more for people. Going out and trying to, potentially raise $300 million in debt to fund the majority of this, the credit market's going to be looking at stuff like this. Now, that isn't going to, handle everything. It's, be, large agreements. There'll be, specific things in there, but I think, that looks out. In the research, we found that there's at least 64 tribes that have adopted, some form of this. Not everyone's the same. Obviously, we get, council to approve something like this. It's going to be something that works for us, that we write. We can get the framework of it and what, needs to be in there, but again, we need to be in control of that and have that input to make sure it works for us and our people as well. Establishing ResCo for the, on the power side of this. When I first started talking with Creed, and looking at this, he's like, you should really get a tribal utility, then start talking with Chris and the team here, kind of the same thing, and then start talking with Economic Development Committee, hey, we're trying to get ResCo going. So, it was one of many things in this work I found, like, hey, this is what you should be doing. Like, hey, we're already in process of doing that. So we are on the right track. So doing some things well, can we, take it to the next level by partnering with, somebody like this and things. So, and then on the, governance changes, we did, even before we started with Pitt, we have a relationship with Big Fire Law. Lance Morgan founded that, and we have them looking at our charter and multiple charters with all the entities under Sioux. Just make sure that we're doing everything's right. They need updated here. Are we working this in the right way? And we're supposed to have that any day now, kind of their review on it, and they want to come and present to council on their findings, any recommended changes on the charter. Obviously, the charter for RedCo would need council approval if there are any changes on that. I think that anything on the subsidiaries would be, we would follow suit with that. But so stay tuned on that. Once we get that, we'll set that up and they'll bring it in. Again, just making sure what's changed since this was last updated in 2006. Here's what Ho Chunk Inc.'s doing. Here's what other tribes with much larger economic development corporations are doing and why they want to do it. So, or why they think we should do it.
And Clay, just so you know, where we're at, Economic Development Committee forwarded on to council the charter for ResCo.
Nice.
But we just don't have enough people here today to pass it. We were hoping we would, but.
Nice. Well, I know Chris gave some comments on that, so thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
And there may be some benefit as well when Big Fire comes through with their recommendations on the governance side for RedCo. It may well be some recommendations that could be incorporated into the ResCo charter perhaps before it's finalized. I imagine what applies to RedCo would probably also likely apply for ResCo as well. So just a thought, yeah.
So as soon as we get that, sure.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and here's the slide Greg was kind of talking about on, what do the jobs look like in here for the three sectors. So agriculture, renewable energy, and construction. This is all in the pack where we look through, we'll go through each of them, but getting an idea of what we need. So 389 jobs in agriculture, there's management on there, veterinarians, supervisors, but the meat cutters, the processing technicians are the bulk of it. Look at renewable energy, again, 28. There's not a whole lot of them on there, but engineers, analysts, site managers, project managers, and technicians. Construction, that's one again we're growing at that size. There'll be a lot of really good level jobs at the project management, superintendent, 10 and 77. Then there's the estimators, all the way down to laborers where we get to the 523. So this is, looking at this, making sure are our tribal members ready to take on these jobs? What kind of skill development, what kind of training, what kind of education do we need to provide to ensure that that we have tribal members that are ready to take on these jobs? So this will be an ongoing process. Again, one we want to try to look at, how do we incorporate SGU, how do we incorporate SNTP and TECRO into helping fulfill this thing, getting apprenticeship things. Part of that ask that will go to Washington to get will be for $8 million to set up a scholarship fund for our students. Cinte's not going to be able to handle all this. We're going to have to send people to, USD, not SDSU, or elsewhere, CSU maybe, I don't know. But, setting that up, Sherry, I remember we went to spend some time with Governor Anastasia at the Chickasaw Nation. He got into how, there's, started a similar program and sending, Chickasaw tribal members to law school to get their MBA. And remember, he said one thing, people came back at us like, well, what happens if they don't come back and work for the tribes? Like, well, we got a very highly educated tribal member, that's good enough for me. Every single one of them did. And they're now running their, very successful businesses down there, like their bank. My oldest daughter's enrolled down there. She gets a newspaper, and they just built a new headquarters in Oklahoma City for their bank. They built another thing, and just all the same people we saw down there are all rising up in the ranks and running those things. So, goals for us. Any questions on the jobs? Okay. So now we get to the roadmap of, our strategies. How do we get there? Very first is the setup. And you can see on this timeline, it's over 3 years. But establishing that owner's execution team, which will be, if we go with this proposal, that Partisan Performance be leading that alongside of, us. I think that be a mixture of council representation, Redco, and whoever else we deem fit for on the tribe. And then go work to secure that equity funding. I first, brought this to OG a couple weeks ago, and it's like, can get a meeting with Janet Yellen on the 26th. I'm like, dang, that was quick. But then he's got surgery next week and couldn't do it. And as he said, we're looking to do this in the first or second week of August. So a lot of planning will be done there to go there and present to this. I don't know what that's going to look like. They want to give us one big chunk. That would be great. I'm assuming it's going to be over, different agencies giving each one of these things a different pot of money. But once we get that going, in the next, this is over the first 90 days working on that, getting, for each strategy, pre-feasibility studies, the work that Partisan Performance has done is initially shown, okay, here it is. But you got to get those feasibility studies done when you're going to go out to the markets to get this money. When we go ask, the federal government for, this equity contribution, I'm sure they're going to say, hey, on top level, this sounds great. But how are you going to do it? How do we know it's going to succeed? How do we know that this is appropriate? That's what these feasibility studies will do. And you can see also on that, establishing RESCO, which y'all are well off on doing. And one other thing for the construction side looking at was implementing the universal building code as a tribal building code. We don't have a building code, currently on it. And, things that we built for the federal government, obviously we build them up to their standards, but I think a really important piece is having that so we start building stuff for ourselves. We know we have a standard that we're building to. I'm thinking of the Fish and Park building out there. How do we avoid stuff like that from happening in the future? And then the last part on that, on the skills development, establishing that scholarship fund and starting to recruit students for enrollment. After those 90 days, start getting into working on closing on these things. So that will be over a period of a year. For renewable energy, looking at financial close of the first one, and I'll let Chris and Greg kind of explain more on what that looks like. Agriculture as well. How do we, get to a financial close where we're building on this? We are applying for a $5 million grant for a bison processing facility at Sioux. So again, another thing we're working on that was recommended doing it. So that's already in process. And construction, getting our first federal bid. We have one 8A company right now, Rosebud Office Solutions, which Sherry was instrumental in getting that set up. But to do that with RCI as well, to be able to take advantage of all that federal work in and then implementing some form of the MTSTA on that, and again reviewing our government structures. will be part of that next year. And then reinstate construction and ag-based training programs as part of the skills development. So that would be, the next year, and see this whole thing goes out for 3 years. But then after that, just continuing that work on the renewable energy side, looking at, doing a preliminary economic assessment of geothermal heat and power, looking at the small scale solar, which was discussed, and how we implement that, launching full feasibility scales for full scale agricultural processing station, PEA for that as well, for indoor and outdoor crop production, and then in construction, contracting and residential businesses, just to build the KO Paula, start 20% of that, and scale a federal contracting business to get up to that 30% share of Rapid City market, eventually obtaining more of that throughout the state and the region. Also look at opening an investment office, to help with all of this. I was talking with some Chickasaw's main investment officer yesterday. They're opening up their own private equity fund this week. Probably getting billions of dollars. Again, a goal we can try to get to. And then, create incentive-based compensation packages for our people getting that decent job. Make sure, that when our tribe members get these jobs, they're making really good money. That's something we can be proud of, help grow the economy. And then 3 years plus, try to scale this thing to the full potential. As I said earlier, this is only looking at, 2 to 10% of the potential market for some of this stuff. So how do we continue to take advantage of that? Be a lot of work, but very exciting work. Yeah. So I don't know, Greg, Chris, on the, I don't know if you want to add anything more on like a financial close of one of these power projects would look like, or a brief summary of that or not?
Yeah,
I know it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and there's an assumption that some of the work to date will give us a bit of a head start. There's also a lot of unknowns as you step into this in terms of the interconnection queue. These development efforts aren't without risk. At times, you invest money to get through the permitting stages, to conduct injection studies to confirm that the transmission system can actually take the power without, let's call it, cost prohibitive upgrades in order to address congestion. And sometimes it doesn't end up working. And so just having a realistic perspective that we have great wind resource, we have accessible transmission, but there are a lot of wind farms and solar farms that are sitting currently in interconnection queues, and they don't always get the outcomes that they look for. So that timeline, I think, is let's call it an optimistic timeline to get to notice to proceed and financial close. The reality is, with 1 million acres, it's likely that the problem can be solved. That's the thing that gives me a lot of confidence that ultimately this is a real opportunity. Great resource, tons of land, transmission nearby. So I think this is an optimistic perspective on timing of financial close on Project 1. It's assuming that progress made historically will give us a leg up or a bit of a head start. So I don't know if that's the message you were looking for.
Yeah, it's not. Sorry, say how much better.
I wanted to give a little bit of a dose of reality in terms of these projects are, there is some risk in them. And that's why developers, typically charge a development fee, is because they put money into these permitting studies, into these transmission studies, and sometimes the projects don't money. We believe that with 1 million acres, proximity to transmission, and the quality of the resource, and all of the advantages that you have given your status, it's going to increase the likelihood that the projects will work.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Sure. Optimistic, kind of an aggressive timeline on this thing, but I mean, if we're going to do this, let's go after it. Have the potential for bring on a high quality team to assist with this, and again, as showed earlier, the need is there. It's not going away. So how do we,
Yeah. This Model Charter Secured Transaction Act, do you have a draft of that?
Yeah, we can
Can you
get
touch
that.
on
Yeah.
that? Okay, thank you.
Have you addressed like the alternative of not
making this shift? What's the reason why this discussion, this point in time is important?
Looking at, and, Michael Point's been doing a lot of work on this, again, looking at our unemployment now, where we're at on GDP, based on, trends in population growth. It's not gonna get any better, even with everything that we're doing now. We need to do something, bold to do this and take these big strategies. Redcoat team, tribal council, everybody working together, we've had some of these ideas. Is the capacity there to get all this done? I think that's, at this type of scale, no, we have to bring in some outside people. In the past, when things have done that way, people want to come in and they'd rather just, like I said, a developer, I want to build this, I want to own it, I'll lease the land from you, you guys get a percentage of it. Talking with, Creed, who kind of helped start this whole thing, he has his own development company now. When we were working together in Dallas, worked with some other tribes to get this stuff done. They were all, again, we want 100% own this. He's like, what about your tribe? I'm like, yeah, absolutely, we want 100% own it. We don't just want, a piece of this. How do we get it to ourselves? So again, these large numbers, this project represent that we own this, we're in control of it. It's not, something that, some developers is gonna come squeeze as much money as they can out of it and then walk away from it. We'll have complete ownership of it, but to get to where we need to be, again, that's not even, if this gets done, we're still not there in 10 years. Nobody's promising it's gonna fix everything, but it gets us well on our way and a lot better than we are. And then where are we gonna grow from there? Again, it's not gonna stop every other project that we're working on. There's gonna be new projects that come up that get done as well too, but in this proposal, working with this team, these are what we can do. Again, the energy one, looking at that at potentially only 2% of what's out there is what really excites me. And, if we can become a major energy exporter out of here, that just can open up all kinds of doors for us.
Especially if we partner with some of the nations over on the West Coast that are already starting these efforts, but theirs is in solar.
Yep.
And they have agreements with like Tesla and other companies for their battery storage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if we have that too, there's other opportunities like data storage and stuff for here that we can sell. So, again, this isn't trying to say here, this is every opportunity with it. There's going to be other opportunities that are that we find and take advantage of once we get this over. All right, no other questions? Keep moving on. So, when we said that, $500 million in capital projects, a very large number, very aggressive. What does that look like in numbers? So you can see on here, going to get that $210 million in equity from the Treasury and the U.S. government. Again, what's that going to look like? It's probably going to be spread across multiple different grants to different projects. But just on the renewable energy side, there's looking at $131 million for that, and a total of $330 million in projects. So we still then, once we have that in place, go out and raise about $200 million in debt to help to finish the projects, to build it. On the ag side, putting $45 million into that and raising another 80 to get into it. The construction, that's more just setting it up. That's not a huge capital intensive thing. Capability development is going to, $8 million, start that scholarship fund. And then for the owners team, for us to have a full, 13, 14 member staff to help lead all this, to help build our team, our thing, it cost around $25 million. So that's where all this investment would go. And at the end of the day, looking at, $489 million in total project costs of doing that over this 10 years. So again, large scale, but that's what it's going to take to get where, to get to the outcomes that we're looking for. And then on the next slide, I'm going to show this, that owners team. We spent a lot of time with Greg and his team looking at this. So, we start to do this, bring on PIP full time. That
Excuse me, sorry for I was thinking, you talked about the grants that are coming through. for a project to get going. And some people may think that the tribe has to put up collateral for it. That's not the case, is it ever?
No, so not on the grant side, I mean, we go out and raise that $210 million in equity, the rest would be in debt. So if you look on that, for those that size of utility projects, yes, there would be debt. And, created under ResCo, that's where we would look to house that debt, and the collateral would be specific to those projects. Chris, you probably give me a much better thing, but typically you collateralize that, the PPA and stuff.
Yeah,
right?
the project.
The revenue coming from that.
Exactly. I mean, the project has to be bankable.
Yeah.
And once it's proven to be bankable, then those funds come through, and it's collateralized by the asset.
Yeah, so, and the job I did previous for this in Dallas, that's what we did. I worked for a fund that went out and raised equity on this. So, I mean, very similar to this. We did it at a much larger scale, but you put those into a specific entity like ResCo, maybe even a subsidiary of ResCo or that project. So, and you keep all that debt there. The ultimate owner on these things is not, not liable or on the hook for those if they were to fail. But it has to be that bankable project.
I mean, just to be clear on this, so as Clay says, the equity will be coming from the grants. The debt portion will be coming from commercial banks, and they would typically issue that as a senior debt loan, and that loan will be collateralized by the equipment, not the land. So the land, not in question and not under discussion. So they would collateralize that loan against the actual windmills or the solar panels, whatever the case may be, of the land.
Or a meat processing facility, and if there was an issue with it, they would sell that equipment to get their money back, and they would leave the land as is.
So that's what made me think about this, and you're on to the next thing, and I just wanted to bring this up, because that should be the big push, that the tribe is not going to have to put the land for collateral, because people are gonna think that, and we're having a new council coming in, and they really need to know that, so it really needs to be stressed that it's not going to fall back on the tribe in any way. And the explanation that you gave was good, but it has to be really pushed, and make sure that they know that, because they can shoot it down. You guys can start that, and then somebody don't like something, politics. So it's just that they really need to make sure of it. So that's what really made me start thinking, to make sure let them know that.
That's excellent point. We really get into the next thing that we're going to be discussing on that, and that's going to be the communication and the milestones of, how is this going to be presented to council for updates, how we do it, how are people will be held accountable to achieving these goals. So we're just what we're going into.
Jump the gun.
No, you're a step ahead of us, so I like it. So this is, looking over the 18 months, how does this look? So bringing in partners in performance full-time, again, everything they've done up to this point for us has been pro bono, going out to get that equity, be hiring them on, full-time like they do for, Fortune 500 companies do this all over the world. Some of the best in the world at what they do. But at the very top of that, you see this steerco, and this is what we've had for this, is a mixture of the RedCo board, President Herman, other people, Michael Point, really leading the process. And this is our project, so what we're going to do is making sure that our input is completely in that. And creating that owner's lead team. So we have a team for each one of the 4 strategies, developing this. That'd be partners performance. Now immediately start working on how do we get our tribal members into this project, into that. So over the next 12 months, we start bringing in people to help make sure that they're part of this, involved in the process, leading to, as an 18 months, potential 100% Rosebud Sioux tribe team. Our performance will completely step out from being in, on a contracted basis. They're more than willing to help stay on in an advisory board basis and help us on that. But on the handoff of that, part of what they would do is making sure that they created this for us. It's doing what we want it to do, to be able to get the goals we want to, but also that we're in a position for success to keep going with this. Again, look at, the tribe, or the, casinos, wind farm, or windmill out there. Maybe that wasn't the case, that, it was set up for long-term success. We didn't have the people ready for it. That's what we're gonna have to do on every single one of these to make sure that the long-term success will be achieved. So yeah, then, with every one of these, again, getting back to when we report, on each one of these strategies, how do we know that things are going to plan? There's gonna have to be, key performance indicators to measure these, And again, starting with that bankable business case where we can take this out to get the debt on it. Yes, look, this makes sense. It's gonna generate the revenue enough to cover the debt, the maintenance, everything on that. It also makes sense for, revenue being brought back to the tribe. When we get to that financial close, highlight that, give you construction updates up until, the first one is up in production. Agri-processing, very similar, get the feasibility studies done, go out and get the debt to do it, construct it, get it into production. For construction, get the capabilities and the team set in place to make sure that we can execute on this, go out and get the contracts and start growing from there. And then on the enablers, get that MTSTA implemented, making sure that we have all the processes in there to get the skills developed for our tribal members, and start getting people ready for these jobs.
I got a question about the construction portion. Since a lot of the business, since a portion of the business is going to be done in Rapid City, we won't see any tax benefits from that here. How are you seeing prosecutor from that?
So through RCI going out and getting these contracts, so also again, part of that is construction here. So keeping that going here, and I think for this is getting the tech fees going, and and really in the long term on that, when RCI was started, is getting more tribal members employed. People could eventually start their own contracting businesses, and we can hey, instead of being a direct employee of us, why don't you start a plumbing and electric company and we'll start subbing work out to you. That'll be a big part of it too. Just getting that going. It's part of the on the job training, I guess, if you will. But yeah, really trying to take advantage of all the federal workers coming from that city. I mean, I think $2 billion at Ellsworth alone in federal construction contracts over the next 5 years. So.
Work that we're qualified to do.
There's going to be a lot of investments to be made into RCI, making sure we have those people. I mean, not trying to hide from any of the problems that we've had from that. And I think part of that was we tried to take on so much too soon without the proper people. So ensuring, what does that team look like? What do we need to have to ensure, hey, we're going after this contract, we're gonna execute this contract.
Do you have a estimated ROI for some of the contracts? I mean, as far as a forecasted dividend for the tribe?
That's what we've really come up with in the next 90 to 90 days.
Okay.
But I mean, if you look at that, typically I hope to look at 15-20%. Yeah, on some of these things, it's very cheap. But we don't have a specific contract we're looking at. But as we do, yes, we can look at that. So.
And I think it just pulled up a slide which is coming through there. This shows some of the assumptions that we've made around ramping up the construction business, which we really kind of built this on the back of conversations with Clay, with Cal from RCI. So trying to grow it in a way that's both aggressive work, but we are trying to grow it with some urgency, but not to the point of running ahead of what the capabilities are of the team. So initially, I imagine there would be a fair bit of subcontracting out, where because of the tribe's special status and federal contracts, there may be some of that work subbed outside. You don't get that ideal full employment right away, but you get the income, the revenue from that. And then as you build up the tribe's skill base to be able to put more and more people, tribally employed people into those roles, then you're able to capture both the economic benefit and the employment benefit.
at how, we're gonna gauge success and report on it when it happens.
I have a question. Good afternoon. My name is Donna. I represent Sioux Community. And thank you for the lunch and welcome everyone. I was just like your strategies on number one, the renewables. When you guys do get started, and start getting your groups together and all that, I would like to be part of that because I do have on my transcript. Breeds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, sorry.
I was gonna pick them up later.
Okay, yeah, so, next steps in the next 90 days, OJ did give that, timeline of when we can get out to, AC to start doing, working on that in, mid, or early to mid-August. So obviously we're working on that, to get all this, going. Once we get that, we can look, start looking at, the debt funding on that. Exactly, what is this gonna look like? We don't have that, specific things. Again, if Resco's involved, RCI, other parts of Redco, right? There'd be a series of agreements and whatnot to get that done, both on that side and, working with partners in performance on an ongoing basis. So that's what the next 90 days will do. I know that clock might start in August now. That's when, OJ can secure our meetings with Yellen and Elizabeth Warren, Rounds, and those people get the support that we need. And then going on getting that owner's execution team. I was talking about, each one of these strategies will have that one large one to get that going. Prepare and issue RFP tender packages for the next stage gate renewable and agri-protein business. Build the business development capability for construction to get those federal contracts. That would be, getting that 8A certified, everything like that. Have the RFPs, awards to oversee execution for each strategy. Develop and agree on a transitioning strategy from partner performance to 100% tribally controlled team. Again, under Resco, Redco, wherever that is, may end up living in each one. And then, in 18 months, source, interview, and select key owners team positions. Again, all controlled tribal, since we're going to own all of this, and transition partners and performance from being on the ground working for us more back into long-term advisors for us and helping us continue down the road. So get this going. It's going to be very exciting 18 months, and really looking forward to it. So.
Pam, you have something?
Just a little.
Let me get comfortable.
There's also on your books. Just kidding.
No, I just wanted to say thank you all for coming. I appreciate you taking the time and effort that you've given to our tribe by going around and seeing our lands and seeing the needs that we need here. I really appreciate it. I'm kind of, I guess, saddened that we lost quorum to be able to have some real discussion on things that are happening. But as long as our people are aware of what you guys are doing here is what matters. Because then they're the ones that are going to come to us and, say, hey, that's a good idea. Hey, no, that's not a good idea, Their questions are going to come up, and then I'm sure that when we discuss this again, we'll have more questions rather than sitting here not asking anything. We'll have a better idea of what the outside people think, and that's what we're here for, is to make sure that they understand everything too. Yeah. So with that, I know we lost quorum and everything, but I need to get going. I got a phone call and I need to get out of here, but I really wanted to let you guys know that I appreciate you guys coming and doing the work that you did, and next time we'll probably have a better outcome when it happen. I want to thank you for the mail also. That was new and delicious and healthy, except for the potatoes. But, yeah, Chairman, may I be excused, even though we lost quorum?
Thank you for coming, Pam.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pam, and like, what to your point, that communication and transparency, this is gonna be huge, so obviously working on, again, a lot of information provided you today, not expecting, to get everything right away, but, we'll be back.
As long as we see, I think it's good because you brought something black and white that gives, us an idea of how this is going to go forward. What's our long-term goal in all of this? Because, this body seems to flow on Band-Aid or emergency. So it's pretty good that we got something in black and white to kind of go off of. Again, thank you guys. Nice meeting you all.
Yes.
I just want to thank everybody for sitting in, the council reps that stayed and asked questions and addressed their concerns. I know we're all going to need to take this back to our own communities and visit, but I just wanted to express how exciting and scary, but exciting that this is. And I know a lot of the ideas and issues that we bring up here, they're not new ideas. They're ideas that the leaders that sat in these seats before us have had. But the thing that we were missing was a partner like PIP. And we always have entities coming in wanting to partner with us for our assets, knowing that we have limited capital. And they bring the capital, but with that, they take majority of the ownership. The tribe, we really need to start investing in and having more ownership when it comes to these key things that affect our nation. Energy, technology, and our land. And I really want to say how excited I am and how I think it's really cool that, and I know really cool is just not a very professional term, but I just think it's really cool that you're including the buffalo in this, because prior to the way we live now, that was our sole economy. So to see that be a part to possibly rebuild our economy is really awesome. I mean, it has a cultural component that a lot of other things do not have. So, none of the, like wind energy, none of that brings any of the cultural components that the buffalo do. So I thank you for all of your time sitting in through our long meetings. I know you guys are at SGU for 2 weeks, I think, visiting with people and hearing everyone's concerns. So thank you for your patience, and all of your research and the presentation was wonderful. So thank you, Clay, for connecting our tribe with this company.
My pleasure. Again, my thanks for the opportunity as well. It's been great this last 12 weeks. It's going to be weird, you guys not being in their office next week, but I guess I'm going to be moving anyway, so.
Hey.
Thanks, guys. Again, thank you guys for coming and working with us. Today, so what kind of actions can happen, you're seeing going on? The reason why they're speeding things up is because the opportunity to do something like this is now. This administration, this Congress, it's now. After a year and a half, 2 years, that could be gone. And so they came here to look at what we have, and the most promising to them is what is energy. That's not saying there are other things that need to happen, can happen, but for right now, that's the most promising to happen quickly. So whatever we need to do to get them started, we need to do it quickly. And again, these people work for Fortune 500 companies.
Yeah.
That's who they work for. Those companies pay these guys big bucks to go and do for them what they do for us for free. And they're not going to charge us any money. Anything that they do, they're going to go and their own money to go for their staff. It's not gonna cost us anything. So, well, we every day have to deal with no lights, no food, no hospital, this kind of stuff. If you're comfortable with these guys, which I do, I need to let them talk, play, develop our economy, that we can continue to take care of our everyday crisis. That's what we're here for. But I just want to throw it out because the opportunity is here. Wait too long, it's going to disappear.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I let you all, Jonathan, if you want to start addressing that, but again, as OJ said, I mean, we already started the process of trying to get the meetings lined up in DC to get this going. But Jonathan, do you want to speak more on?
Yeah, just one last point on that. I think a good question for you all here today is, in that vein, what do you all need as support to get behind this, to continue being behind this? Because obviously, big question, and Clay knows I keep pushing him on this, is how do we make this a reality? Right now it's paper. How do we get to the point where this paper is reading the results that we've talked about here to really change the outcome for this reservation, this tribe? So, that's the question is what else do you need to support this, and let us know, let Clay know. We're here to be part of the team to make sure that the outcomes get delivered. So,
well, I mean, on our side, on Redco, obviously, we started this, we'll continue on working on this, getting the meetings in DC. Continue to work with EDC every step of the way on where we're at with this. And again, as this keeps going, Resco, other parts of the tribe are going to need to be involved. As for right now, I mean, we have the final pack will be, tidied up here, as he said, over the next few days. We'll continue to work on that. We're going to get to DC and come out of there with some money. OJ initially, again, had that on a meeting set up on Monday, which would have been awesome because when we're observing Victory Day, I'd love to go over there and take $200 million out of Washington. Very quick timeline on that, but again, to have all the proper people there that we need, it's going to be early August. So we'll obviously work on there. As OJ said, we're going to need delegation from the council to come speak that. But as we get to that date, definitely work to prep and be ready for those meetings.
Super, yeah, and again, just on behalf of the Partners and Performance team, again, thanks for the input and help. It's been fantastic. We're certainly very excited about the potential and the opportunity, and really it's been great, so thank you very much.
On behalf of the administration back here, Scott's office, my office, thank you guys for coming and spending the day with us. And I also want to thank Sherry and her committee for getting this off of first base to second base, I guess. And I'm sure there's going to be more work for you guys to do till we get to these first steps that they're talking about. But thank you, everyone, for this. Special thanks to all of you that sat here and listened through this. So many times we can't sit still long enough to hear a presentation. I was really glad to see that happen today. So thank you very much, and we got a lot of work to do, I guess. Much work. Thank you, folks. Should have you come through and shake hands with the council that's present. See more of you guys.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks. Good to have you guys here.
Good to see
you.
Thank
All the information there. Yeah. So one more continue conversation. I did keep pushing play on this. We can say this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for sitting through all of this.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, I was going through